certain topic. I don't want to mention it again lest I possibly have to undergo another appeal. But let's just say, whoever the mod is, I think they did the right job.
Awesome, really good.
Attacks and the deaths of American civilians and our servicemen, as well as the threats to the members of the cabinet, ambassadors, our president. This regime has a history of terror. That's what they're all about, as from them themselves and their proxies. And now it's America's problem not only to get rid of them, but also for everyone to be diligent on what's on our own soil, what they're going to unleash on our own soil, the warnings that our government is sharing, our vigilance now, and what just happened in Texas. And, these are not coincidental. And what hasn't happened that's been thwarted by our law enforcement. But I think that's also a sad side note to all of this, that they've been there. Essentially it's crossed the red line. They probably did not unleash while, their supreme leader was alive. But at this point, that's the biggest fear, and we're hearing these warnings out of our law enforcement. So those are the things that I wanted to say, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Also, as you were refuting something that Tiger said, that came to mind, his commentary that I think he said, although he didn't mail me a copy of the bullet points, that Iran shot down an American jet over Kuwait. No, what happened was the Kuwaitis, under friendly fire, shot down 3 American jets, and there were no casualties. Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Ocean, followed by Monsef the Maestro.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm an Iranian as well. I just wanted to thank you guys for this amazing room, first of all. And then whatever I wanted to say, Salman and Mary said it before me, but I just wanted to add something to the people who are talking about boots on the ground. One thing about the difference between Afghanistan, Iraq, and Iran and U.S. going into those countries is there's a huge difference. Majority of population of Iran are not Muslims. Yes, they are by title because they're being forced to be Muslims. They're not even majority. When I say majority, I'm talking about 80+%. They're not Muslims or neither radical Islamists. So there's a huge difference. They are waiting, ready. They needed help because you're talking about the tyrannic government that have zero code. Literally zero code. When you talk about giving the people of Iran a weapon to defend themselves, it's not going to work because you're talking about this government that has zero code, that it will use rockets and drones and everything against their own people. And they proved it. They proved it weeks ago. They proved it back in 2021. They shut down the Ukrainian flight. 176 people died. A couple weeks ago, freaking 40,000 plus people died. And we are, as Iranian, I'm talking, for myself, we are absolutely thankful of President Trump, Bibi Netanyahu, and whoever
He's
else
a super dog!
going to continue.
My boy's a super dog!
For this to happen and kick this tyrannic regime out, because it's the best thing for Iranian people, it's the best thing for the region, for the world. And God bless America, God bless Israel, and God bless Iran. Thank you.
I was hoping to add one minor detail that I think gets overlooked.
Sure.
The people of Iran are highly educated. They really are. It's a civilization that has always valued learning and is responsible for many contributions to the world. And that stands in stark contrast to most of the other countries where we've gotten involved in recent history. Nothing against those countries or the people there, but when you have a people who are educated and you hand them the keys to the Ferrari, they're much less likely to crash the Ferrari.
You got a
I'm
Ferrari?
educated.
You got a Ferrari?
History?
I don't even have a car myself.
Well, even if I didn't have a car or didn't need a car, if somebody gave me a Ferrari, I don't think I could say no. Thank you, Marty, and thank you, Ocean. Monsef, followed by Darren.
Hey, thanks, Gary. Yeah, the world is a better place with the elimination of one of the most evil people on the planet. I guess it goes without saying, for like over 40 plus years, this guy has been at the top of the pyramid of a pyramid of fear that constructed a system of torture, the elimination of people's right to just exist. I am worried though if it is a regime that eliminating the head or even 40 people that the news were that 40 top heads of the government were also eliminated, which is a great thing. But is that going to be enough for something to come out of Iran? I mean, I'm hearing a lot of enthusiasm, and I like what Alan says. I like what people feel that this is the start. But as Trump said, I don't usually agree with a lot of stuff that he says. That stuff has to, like, we're laying the ground for things to happen in Iran, but Iranians have to kind of take the torch after that and run with it. I don't think it's ever been in history, it's ever been documented that regime change or spreading of democracy and all that came from aerial bombardment of a country, without boots on the ground and without
you're a real good.
I mean, if they need help setting up institutions and all that, you can't do that with missiles. So it's a great thing that this evil kind of group has been eliminated. But the IRGC, as I know, is something like 300,000 fighters that from the even from the foreign minister of Iran, he admitted that they agree that a lot of fractions of them are acting independently, like they don't need central command, I guess, to tell them what to do. And from what I understand, that's how that whole system was built. Is even if the top was eliminated, that there is still factions of the evil regime that can independently kind of work. And that's my worry, is that on top of that there is, I think it goes in the millions, what they call it, the either the civilian police or the morality police and all that. And that's like your neighbors and all that. That has been, and Alan, correct me if that's not true, that there is like a big number of, it's more than the morality police, that people are basically trained to squash any type of uprising or whatever in the streets. And, the thing that would make this happen if change within these groups, if they see the light, if they see that that's not the way to go forward, civil society is going out. It's chanting chants of freedom and all that, and the whole world is supporting that. But I'm just afraid that not the remnant of the system, but the other parts of the system are going to be an obstacle to make that country peaceful again. But all my support to the brave Iranian souls. I got a lot of Iranian friends. Iran has been an expansionist country, both in the Middle East and beyond. We saw its influence in Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Ukraine. I'll tell you a new one, Gary. My family is from Morocco, and I don't know if anyone knows the conflict of the Moroccan Sahara, which is Morocco is fighting a separatist group called the Polisario, financed by Algeria, which is a supporter of Iran. And the tentacles of this octopus, Iranian octopus, reached northern Africa with money, with drones, in order to expand the ideology. So when you have an evil power like that, that's not even just worried about existing in its own borders, but to expand the hateful kind of ideology way beyond its borders, the world should be worried. And I don't have to say that when you have every Friday chants about down with America, down with Israel, I don't think people should be feeling bad about bombs falling on the people that call the death of another country. If that country kind of gets mad, it's like, well, I'm kind of getting tired of this. So I'm watching with I'm watching carefully what's going on. I don't want to be extremely enthusiastic and optimistic just to see that it's going to be more heads that are going to pop up. I'm interested to see what Alan thinks, or Marty, about these hidden kind of security forces that might still harbor a lot of that.
Okay, let's give them a chance to discuss that. Right. Probably we should go to Alan with that. Alan, are there civilian control wars out there?
Yes, sir. One of the groups this damn regime invented, call it Lebas Shakhsi. Lebas means dress, Shakhsi means just normal, like us. They dress just like normal people. They go inside all these demonstration, or in the past, they just among them and identify who is doing what, and then the messages is there, and or the regular people with the uniform and the gear, they come in and they jump on it. There are so many of them, and these are the one doesn't mean 100% with this regime. They know if they go the wrong step, they will target as just as any other person. But the situation, they need job, they need money, they have family to support. It's a dirty way to do it. I wouldn't do it even if my family fall and die in front of my eyes. I won't do it. They are started from ghetto, and they have the groups called Fadayan. It means that they die for any reason.
Day March 17th, 2026 special.
And they normally
Day March 17th, 2026. You're gonna make concern crime, right?
And they identify individual. I know the cases, people in Paltalk, the previous platform we were in, they would tape they could record your voice, and then they have these in the airport, and as soon as you check in, they take you away. These are the things, they've been doing it for many years, and unfortunately, the human rights, they stay back. Monsef, you are absolutely right, and I'm glad the people like you and many more, they are interested, and they pass this knowledge to individual. We as Iranian, they says, right away, we have, this is a sad part, we have more enemy among us than outside. So right away they mark us with something. They say, oh, he is this, he is this. How many times, Gary, in that platform, they mark me as, oh, he's the agent of, Shah, his previous his father was doing this. I said, yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But that's how it is. But I'm glad you guys are thinking about these poor Iranian, it's any way you look at it, there's a good comes out of that. I'll put my name right in front of everybody here. This is not and then when situation changed, the world is gonna see what this nation went through for 48 years. Back to you.
I've got some breaking news. The head of NATO is now praising the strikes on Iran, although the alliance will not be involved, he says. So there's another strike against our Chinese propagandists' erroneous statement that Europe is against what the United States did.
Gary, I can add that not just Europeans, I can add that most Arab states, including the Kingdom of Morocco, including a lot of, were completely for what happened, and are completely in support of the countries that actually got hit by Iranian missiles. There is news about this all over. There is not a single country that I can find that, other than the usual suspects, that says that my alliance here is with Iran. I haven't seen any apologists from any countries that I know.
It's a universal condemnation of Iran.
Exactly. Okay, thank you, Monsef. We'll go to Darren, followed by Linda.
Thank you very much, and I've been great. Let me say this. Gary, when is my turn, Gary?
Your turn is when I call you, Cyrus. Unless you want to abrogate your turn, and I will be happy to remove you from the stage.
I just want to know after how many people are going to be my turn.
Well, you see how many people are on the stage. So you're either second, third, fourth, or fifth. And you're not second because I said Darren followed by Linda. So that means you're third, fourth, or fifth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Darren followed by Linda.
Okay, thank you very much again. I have a good Iranian friend. She just went to LA about 2 weeks ago to demonstrate against the current Iranian government. As for forward thinking, Gary, do you think or have a sense of sentiment if the Iranian inside Iran would expect American on put the boots on the ground and even at the forefront to help? That's my question.
Your question is, do I have a sense of whether the Iranians expect whether the United States will put boots on the ground?
And also, be at the forefront to help them.
I am not in any position to answer that question. Maybe Alan is, but I'm not.
I can't even say that. We are not individual Iranian. I'm not in the head of those people.
Yeah, I don't even quite understand why the question was asked. Linda, followed by Cyrus.
Hi, Gary. Hey, everyone. I think I agreed mostly with what was Howard was saying. I'm happy for the people of Iran that they get liberation and they're out of the oppressive regime of the Ayatollah, and that those people were that are oppressing them were, I guess, obliterated. All 48 of these leaders are gone, but I guess of course I want them to be free and liberated, and I just am concerned though about the war, the cost, the lives. I think the lives that are going to be lost. I know the military people, they swear an oath and it's their job to protect and serve and defend, but I do worry about them and their families. And I read that there were 6 Americans killed so far, and then I don't know all the casualties on the other side too as well for Iran. So Iran. So yeah, in our Israel, people in Israel get killed or whatever. So that's just my concern. Is I just hope that there's the least number of casualties as possible, and I think about the service members and stuff that were killed. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. We'll go to Cyrus, followed by Sarah.
Gary, I got something to do. Please let the Sarah, the professor, talks. I will talk after her if it's okay with you. Thanks.
That's funny. Okay. Sarah, followed by Euro.
Hi, Gary. Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I've been trying to think about the question and see how should I answer it. Should I answer it as an Iranian person or should I answer it as an American person? But I think it's better for me to answer it as an American because I do believe we had enough Iranians already on the stage who talked about, what's happening in Iran, and people have seen enough things. They can either believe the reality of what this regime has done to its own people, or they can just, deny it. That's fine. But I'm going to talk about this on an American, view. And I am not a pro-war person. It's kind of, it's kind of weird to say I am against wars, and then you say, oh, what's happening right now is pro-American. It's putting America first. It's sending humanitarian aid to Iranian people. And this is going to bring peace to the Middle East. For those people who have been whining and crying about U.S. Funding Israel, and whining about, like, I shouldn't say whine, that's not sensitive, but being upset about like what's happening in Gaza. This is going to bring an end. Hopefully, most likely, this will bring an end to all of that, and I'm going to tell you guys why. So, look, I was born here. I was raised in Iran. I went to school there. Every morning, we had to stand in lines and we had to chant "Death to America." The only thing they taught me in school, like the most important thing they taught me, was why the Western society is against, us, and why is it bad. You guys have to understand, Islamic Republic. Do you see the word Iran in it? This government is not the Iran's government. This is why you guys see all these non-Iranians supporting this government. Just think about today, how like we have the non-Iranian people who come in these rooms or in other, areas, and what they do is they say this is a propaganda, this is a lie, this is a lie, this is Mossad doing this. It's like, why do you even care? Like, I have people who've asked me for evidence that my brother was shot in the neck in those 2 days of protests, and they had to take him to a private clinic to have surgery instead of going to hospital because the police was going to hospitals and killing people. I have non-Iranians who proof of that. Like, this is what we're dealing with, and this is so sad. And this is not misinformation alone, guys. I want you to understand, the Islamic regime is the leading regime of the Shia Islam ideology, which is against the Western society. U.S., it's their biggest threat. The chanting of "Death to America," the chanting of the "Death to America."
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover. Breaking news alert: the United States.
Grateful.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover.
President Trump and
I'm John Kitover with the JKNN.
CIA. They did not decide to go on this attack for Iranian people. This decision was made based on the real threat and how serious of a threat IRGC is becoming for America. It is not a lie that if they have rockets, they're going to shoot it at you. Look what they're doing in, with their neighboring Muslim countries, and they never call them their enemies. They're hitting civilians, they're hitting hotels, they're hitting people, they're hitting bases of Italy and countries that have not even helped U.S. This is what they are. This is who they are. And I promise you guys, they have said it. They have showed it. And if they had, and the day that would come for them to have rockets to shoot it toward U.S., they will do it. So this is a threat to us. Am I happy that we have 6 military personnel dead right now? No. I hate to see that, just like every single one of you. But this is a threat that it has to be taken out now when it's even going to be worse. Like, this is a real threat we have to deal with. As far as the cost of the war, as far as
how long this is going to go. I hope it's not going to be too long, because you believe it or not, people of Iran were in the streets. There was enough people in the streets that they told Khamenei that we are going to lose control of the country tonight unless we do something. And he ordered shoot to kill. That's why they went in the streets and they shot people in their face and in their head, and that's, I'm hoping that's what U.S. is hoping, that, by helping and taking out those, police and Sepah people, then people can go out this time and take over the government themselves. And this is something that 80+% of the people of Iran want. Before they kill 50,000 people, 80% of the people wanted this. There are so many surveys, you can Google it. There are surveys from inside Iran, there are surveys from independently done outside Iran. 80+% of the people of Iran don't want this government. And we have more people fighting with us that are not even Iranian. That should tell you guys what's wrong with this whole picture. So I just wanted to say that. And then, this is a time that if this threat is gone, 90% of the funding to Hamas, Hezbollah, and all these terrorist groups are going to also be gone. We're going to see peace. And I don't understand, like, if you are for the cause of peace and you want to see children not dying, why can't people stand, on the right side of history? Or at least sit this one out. The same people who were quiet when the government of Iran killed 50,000 people and injured hundreds of thousands of people, when all those activists that they were quiet, right now they have a voice and they're saying stop the war with Iran. Like, just sit it out. That's fine. And I'm telling you, I promise you, this is for the benefit of America. This is for the benefit of the world, and I hope we have the less amount of casualty. I hope everything goes perfectly fine, but I don't think anybody can guarantee, because we're dealing with a group of terrorists that they don't have any morals to follow. They're supposed to, die to go to heaven, and they're not going to follow any war laws, international laws. So yes, it's very difficult to predict what's going to happen, but I'm just going to have faith. I'm just going to have faith as an American. I'm going to have faith as an Iranian. I want to live in a world that we don't have
It's Monday, March 2nd.
Kids die. We don't have to watch, terrorist attacks happen. Like, I can't understand.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover.
And say, like, oh, I don't care about America or American people. That is not true. I am American Iranian. I say American first. A lot of my Iranian people don't like it, but that's fine. You know why? Because everything that Iran government took from me, America gave me. I had to, America gave me privileges. It's a privilege to live in America. It's a privilege to be American. I can never understand why some people don't like, America, or don't like to be American, but this is a privilege. I'm proud to be American, and as looking at this as an American, this is putting America first. Looking at it as an Iranian person, we're just lucky, guys, that for once the benefit, of the U.S. and Israel has aligned with ours. So they're really out there to help us. They're not out there to get us, and I'm just hoping that everything goes fine and perfect. And that's all I got to say. And one more thing, Gary, before I finish. For the people who are wondering if U.S. or Israel hit the school, if it's true or not, we don't know. I'm not going to believe anything until U.S. government briefs us on it. But go look at the Ukraine flight, the commercial Ukraine flight that the Iran government hit in 2020, I believe, that killed 180 people. They denied it for 72 hours. They denied it. They said, we didn't do it. But yeah, they shot down a commercial plane and they killed a bunch of people, and they were denying it. So this is the government that returned bodies after they killed them during this protest 2 months ago, and they charged money from the families to get the bodies back, and the female bodies, a lot of them are missing uterus. This is the government that is doing that to its own people. You can believe it, you don't have to believe it, but if they're capable of doing that to its own people, and if they have more allies that are not Iranian. It should tell you what a threat they are.
Hi, beautiful. I would love to spoil you and take you to dinner.
John.
Started to charge $17 million for a bag and a bullet.
You should see this AI video I just put out.
I just give up everything and I walk away. I go hide in the closet. These people are well said, well said. Be proud. I'm right with you. I'm just as you are. America give us a lot than Iran could give us. But the Lord just was behind us. That's the way I look at it. I was 16 kids. We grow up together. I was 16. I'm the only one left. Two of us died on the sickness. The rest, they were executed the first year of this regime. How a 17, 16, 18 years old can be danger to the system? They could be executed. My mom just gave me the name after the name. Back to you again.
No, that's fine. And Sarah, I'm sorry about what happened to your brother, and I don't refute or challenge or question anything that you just said. It's obvious when people are speaking from the heart, and we all can hear each other's inflection and emotions and know when we're reading from a cheat sheet and when we're speaking from our hearts. Sarah made, in passing, an important point. Prior to this start of these actions against Iran, there was great debate over whether Iran really is a threat to others, and it's something that and they're not a threat to anybody. They've never done anything to anybody. That's, of course, ignoring how they fund these proxies to attack and kill civilian people with terrorist activities. I guess you could technically say that it was not the Iranian army doing it, so they're not involved. I think that's how some people might want to argue that. But look what's happening now. All these Gulf states, I think I last counted 7, maybe more now, have come under attack from Iran. So obviously, they are a threat. And don't listen to Israel, don't listen to the United States, listen to the Persian Gulf nations, who all have said at one time or another, publicly, and many times privately, I'm sure, that they are concerned that unlike other nations who now have the nuclear weapon, that if Iran has a nuclear weapon, it would not hesitate to use it against them. Forget Israel. Against their fellow Muslim nations. Well, the proof is now in the pudding. And Tiger was right when he said, I think a lot of people miscalculated and didn't expect that the Iranian response would be such as it is. In terms of the response toward Israel, this is exactly what they expected. But in terms of its response toward the Gulf nations, no. He's right. He did make one point that I agree with, and that is they did not expect that. And it's a terrible miscalculation on the part of the Iranians, in my opinion. Thank you, Sarah. Please come back. We love to hear you on our stage. Euro, followed by Cirrus gets the last word. Euro.
All right. Thanks so much for inviting me. I just wanted to say a couple of things real quick because I joined the room kind of late, and I caught the tail end of somebody making claims about what various foreign countries have said, and then I heard you give a fact check. So this was from several hours ago. I had watched an interview with the Secretary General of NATO with the BBC, and he said that Europe is, quote, absolutely supportive of U.S. action in Iran. He emphasized that Iran is a threat to Europe, Israel, and the surrounding region, and he adds that Europe is, quote, really stepping up in the wake of this weekend's operation in Iran. So you couldn't ask for a more clear support for the U.S. Position. The EU also issued a joint statement through the Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Kajik Kallis, which clearly says that the EU explicitly condemns Iran's attacks on neighboring countries as inexcusable and urges Tehran to refrain from indiscriminate military strikes. And this has been, as I think you've pointed out and others, universally condemned by the Gulf states. The UAE had posted a statement on X where they called Iran's retaliatory strikes a dangerous escalation and, quote, cowardly act that threatens the safety of civilians and undermines civilities. They've condemned Iran's attack on its territories, calling it a violation of national sovereignty and international law. Now, as of yesterday, the UAE ministry indicated that 167 missiles and 541 Iranian drones have been sent to UAE from Iran. And all of those were intercepted with the exception of 35, which fell to their territory, resulting in 3 deaths and 58 minor injuries. So, and this has been repeated by all the Gulf states. So any type of suggestion otherwise is just simply not true. There's a clear condemnation of Iran's response and support from Europe and the UN, and also the UK, by the way, has decided to let the US use its military bases for strikes as well.
Thank you for that, Euro. And Cyrus, your patience is winning out because you get the last word.
Yes, sir. I heard a lot from Iranian people. Unfortunately, most of them are gone. But the picture, Alan is in here, they give during the former king of Iran that everything was wonderful. We are a multicultural society. All cultures are flourishing. It is absolutely wrong. Fake. Simply fake.
Proof. I'll live into it. I'll live it. Proof.
Hold you talk. I am from Azerbaijan, Gary. We are about...
There you go. You said the final word.
40 million people in Iran. The other nation is Kurdish people. They are about 50 million in Iran. None of us are able to read or write one word in our own language. Yet, we Azerbaijani Turkish people,
I'm John Kitover with the breaking news alert.
Power during before Qajar dynasty, we rise against our own government. We brought constitution to Iran. In fact, the city I'm coming from is Tabriz. The house is still known the House of Constitution. We wrote the first constitution of this country. Unfortunately, 15 years later, Reza Shah, with the intelligence of England, they made a coup d'etat. They brought Reza Shah to Iran. He was a military officer. Then he started saying, we are only one country, one nation, one flag, one government, one language. They destroyed all ethnicity.
Okay, so how does that apply?
Is this even relevant? Yeah.
That's what
Okay,
Cyrus.
Okay.
Wait, please tell us how this applies to what's happening today in Iraq.
Okay, I'm going to tell you that. This guy, then in 1945, British ordered, okay, you got to go. Then they brought his son back again. by
Okay. I'm confused about what you're trying to say, and I apologize, but I think everybody else is confused, and therefore I don't want to waste people's time with their confusion. I have breaking news, and this will probably explain why Marty abruptly left the stage. Israel says Iran is launching a new wave of missiles in its direction. Monday to Friday, from 5 p.m. New York Times.
If you just heard from our crews out in the field, early numbers are coming in. We got John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network breaking. Okay with transitioning to combo? Sure, just drop it to the light.
Peace out.
Beautiful, I would love to spoil you and take you to dinner. Hi, beautiful. I would love to spoil you and take you to dinner. Good evening. I'm John Kitover, and this is it's the big day, fellas. We just need to remind everyone.
A local write-in campaign is shaking.
On Tuesday, March 17, 2026. You ever notice how a city can... People think they know my... Good evening. We interrupt with a breaking news alert. Iranian officials are... Good evening. I'm John Kitover with this JK... Good evening. I'm John Kitover. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the JKMF. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with this JK... All right, take two. You can help shape our future.
This is an Illinois 16th congressional district.
John Kitover. I'm running for... Evening. I'm John Kitover with a breaking news alert here. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with a breaking... Good morning. It's Monday, March 2nd. I'm John... Good evening. This is AJKNN. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News. Day, March 17, 2026. Tuesday, March 17th, 2026, special election day. Good evening. This is the John Kitover News Network with a breaking news alert. Good afternoon. I'm John Kitover with a evening. This is the John Kitover News Network with a breaking. On the streets behind me are dimly lit. On March 17th, 2020. Hi, I'm John Kitover. On March 17th, 2020.
You a fucking legend. You the man.
CNN breaking news alert. Hey, I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network. Evening. This is the John Kitover News Network with a break. Good afternoon. I'm John Kitover with a evening. This is the John Kitover News Network with a breaking. On the streets behind me are dimly lit. On March 17th, 2026. You have. Hi, I'm John Kitover. On March 7th. Evening. We interrupt with a breaking news alert. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the... Good evening. I'm John Kitover. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the JKM. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the... All right, take two. You can help shape our future.
This is an Illinois 16th congressional...
Beautiful, I would love to spoil you and take you to... Hi, beautiful. I would love to spoil you and take you to... Good evening. I'm John Kitover, and this is It's the big day, fellas. We just need to remind...
A local write-in campaign.
Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network. I'm John Kitover with a Channel 5. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover. I'm John Kitover in New York, and this...
Victoria Man is launching a write-in campaign.
Hey, March 17th, right in. As you just heard from our crews out in the field. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network. Okay with transitioning the convo? Sure. Just promise we don't have to switch to life. What a day. I have to render. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover. I'm John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover. I'm John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover.
It's March 17th.
Good evening. This is the John Kitover News Network. Good evening. You're watching the John Kitover News Network. Good evening. I'm John Kitover, and this is the John. Good evening. I'm John Kitover in Washington, and you're watching in Peoria tonight. A grassroots.
Voters head to the polls Tuesday, March 17th.
Reading about the Cyprus attacks. Did you read about the Cyprus attacks today?
I don't think Iran. I mean, we can make this short so we don't focus on me. I don't think Iran's done anything significant. I think most of their leadership has been dismantled, and it's been an absolute.
It's decentralized. They don't do a centralized command and control.
If you plan for decades,
whatever.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, as they've said, that they've been planning for 2 decades for this war. If this was their fucking plan, it's left.
But it's day 2. Oh my God! I gotta be honest with you. You are an OK USA type dude. You're not at all intellectually curious about this.
No, not really. I disagreed with the Iraq War once it started, and it went on too long. I disagree with using our forces when we don't need to. I actually think this in this case it was right and just. What I am actually impressed by is how well our military performs with no boots on the ground. How well our military has performed at this point. And so right now I can't
Head to the
see.
polls Tuesday, March 17th.
I don't have anything bad to say. I think it's been a superb job by our military. It's actually and by Mossad. I can't leave Mossad and Israel out of it as well.
I'm glad you brought up Mossad. I've been waiting. It's now the next day. I think it's almost Tuesday there. You told me there would be massive in the streets today, and they were arming people. I didn't see it. Could you provide a link where those massive protests your sources were telling us about today, and Mossad arming people to take over the government? You said it was a matter of hours, 15 hours ago, because yesterday afternoon. Do you have any links for that?
Yeah, I'll say I was wrong about that because within the next 24 hours, there is going to be a massive bombing campaign by the United States. So it's not safe for those people to be out right now.
Right, okay.
And
Yeah, I know that, Trent. That's what we were trying to tell you yesterday.
We're fucking them up. I mean,
okay, you can tell yourself that. You can tell yourself. We also fucked up the Iraqi. Trent, let me ask you a question. Did we fuck up the Vietnamese?
Yeah, that's true.
Did we? Yes or no? Did we?
Yeah, no, that's true. No, we did.
I'm asking, did we? We did. Did we win the war?
No, did we win the war?
I'm John Kiddo. Okay with Trent? Good evening. I'm John Kiddo.
I just posted a video
I'm John Kiddo with the John Kitover News Network. Breaking news alert. Fighting has erupted between Israel and Iran following a series of missile strikes overnight. The situation is changing by the minute. Here in Tel Aviv.
the Gulf countries, and they will overthrow their regimes.
CIA also warned about that in their assessments. The trickle effects and other. I'm really nervous about Pakistan. Like away from the Trent thing, the Pakistan thing is the one that really worries me. And I'm currently learning Urdu. I'm done.
I'm just genuinely curious about what is the utility of not acknowledging the tactical and strategic vulnerabilities of the United States in this operation. Like, what is the harm in saying, oh, maybe things weren't all the way thought through?
In Peoria tonight.
We might be vulnerable.
Illinois 16th Congressional District head to the polls Tuesday, March 17th.
But I guess I can't
tactical. Militarily, I haven't seen.
You ever notice how a city can fit?
Okay, so
You ever notice how a city can fit?
So, I mean, let's talk about. I actually didn't. Wait a second. I didn't say errors by vulnerabilities. So when Ben mentioned the depletion, the GCC acknowledging the depletion of their interceptors, and in the United States, they've also acknowledged that we are concerned about the depletion of our interceptors, which
Israel too.
Israel. The anti-ballistic missile, interceptors. Why not acknowledge what he said there? Why not?
There you go. Like that's a real possibility. The real possibility is you run out of missile defense, but because they're trying to do it against such a wide area, you run out of missile defense before you're able to stop. Before you're able to destroy their missile sites. That's a real possibility. Is that an error on the flaw? Well, I don't know. We'll see if we get there. Right now, since they have air supremacy, I think they'll be able to take out the sites.
What does air supremacy have to do with what we're talking about?
Because you can fly your Reaper drones.
On Tuesday, March 17, 2026, you can send a message, fill in the right and oval, and write my name, John Kitover. When you do, we work. Tuesday, March 17, 2026, you can send a message, fill in the right and oval. John Kitover News Network. Italians and others prepare to help from the White House on Tuesday night. Israeli forces.
But like the arrogance and glee and like, everything is perfect. Even the administration is saying everything isn't perfect. I don't know. It's just an insane way to. It's my own fault. But again, basically said it will be over by Wednesday, and we have 100,000 reservists in Israel being activated. We have the Bahrain military being activated. We have our own military saying we're sending more troops. They're saying there will be more casualties, etc. But Trent said it will be over on Wednesday, and he's citing the blowing up of buildings and the television station, even though they're not broadcasting from the television station. Anybody can go online from 20 years ago. There's always
As you just heard,
that's exactly what they did. The man, by the way, we now know where the man was. He was in his office, above ground, having meetings. Ramadan. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't some crazy bunker buster, etc., etc. But okay.
Get into the Trent hole because I never.
What's going on with Trent? And by the way, this is the same Trent the military cut in half.
Yeah, that's funny.
This dude is so phony, yo.
I just never encounter. How can you? I just don't encounter people. How can you be so sure with so little? Like, I just find it to be super fascinating. Like, I want to jump in your brain. Just the certainty with no sources, no reporting, just tweets. It's just fascinating to me.
I'll tell you what it is, Kim. It's the fact that he got one thing right, and Ben did a whole party. We have to endure Ben doing
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network. Breaking news alert. Fighting has erupted between Israel and Iran following a series of missile strikes overnight. The situation is changing by the minute. Here in Tel Aviv area, I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network. Breaking.
Pretend doesn't agree. Half the stuff he talks about,
I'm John.
no idea what he's talking about.
That's true. I'll never forget the tariffs. The tariffs are still the most offensive one. I mean, he called me stupid. He called other people stupid. The tariffs are going to work, etc. So, I mean, he called us stupid. That's what he said. It was crazy.
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network.
What I said was,
I'm John.
To completely dismiss them when they're trying to protect American jobs is wrong. Now, I disagreed with the way that they were taught.
I'm John Kitover. This is John Kitover News Network. Breaking alert. A powerful explosion at the Central Power Station has plunged much of Riverside into darkness.
That was our point, Trent.
At the same time, to be against terrorists in a limited fashion.
John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover News Network with breaking news. Intense clashes have erupted.
I think for any American regular citizen to be against that, I think that is a little.
Nobody was against that.
What you're doing now is you're changing the story in order to make yourself seem sane. Nobody in here is a free trader.
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network breaking news alert.
Nobody.
Rockets have been fired towards. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News.
Nobody in here was against the limited tariffs.
I'm John Kitover with
We
the
were
John
always against the blanket tariffs. Trump ran on blanket tariffs. That's what we were against, and that's what you were arguing. You know, you gotta stop changing up arguments, bro. That's insane.
I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network breaking news alert. Fight.
Free trader. I said fair trader. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Free. Yeah, he said the entire auto industry was coming back because of the tariffs. That's what he said. We were here. And the unions were in favor of them. And you guys supposed to be Democrats. The unions.
Trent said that if we cared about our communities and the jobs that were leaving Black communities and how Black people were being harmed by the shipping of these jobs, we would be for Trump's tariff plan. Like, what's...
And the funny part was he said, your communities. I live in a nicer community than he does. Why do you think I'm living in the hood?
I'm John Kitover, and this is a John Kitover News Network breaking alert. A powerful explosion at the Central Power Substation has plunged
$200,000. I mean, $300,000 in the Rio Grande Valley. I'm really living it up. Like, he insulted us. He said, your communities, like we live in the hood. He lives in the hood. He's one who's
This is the John Kitover
has
News Network
25% poverty rate. Hello?
Oh, I thought he was talking about Blacks.
You can't keep doing that. I'm sorry. Why are you still on mute?
I mean, remember, Donald Trump was supposed to cut the DoD budget, according to Trump.
I'm John Kitover, and this is a John Kitover News Network breaking alert. A powerful explosion at the Central Power.
I'm just saying, I just don't understand. If you have been wrong so often, why would you not approach these conversations with humility? That's just my tiny little woman pea brain. Like, that's just me. You know, like maybe I don't know what it's like to have testicles and like be socialized as a man.
Slap.
Woman, an Indian woman, an American woman, an Iranian woman, and a Hispanic woman, and a black woman from some country. And they were.
Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is Good evening, I'm John Kitover.
A local write-in campaign is shaking up the rate.
On Tuesday, March 17th. You ever notice how a city can fit in an eye? All that noise and motion shrunk to it. People think they know my story. Like soldiers, small town. People think they know my story. Next to on Tuesday. He's the big thing.
Beautiful. I would love to spoil you and take you to dinner. Oh, John, that's...
People think they know my story. John Kitover with the evening. I'm John Kitover with the breaking evening. This is the John Kitover News Network with a breaking news alert. We are following major developments in the race for Chicago. Hey, I'm John. Evening. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with this JKN breaking news alert. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News. Good evening. Good evening. Hey, I'm John Kitover in New York. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network breaking news. Good evening. This is AJK. I'm John Kitover with a breaking news alert here on the John Kitover News Network. Defense officials are confirming that several rockets have just been fired from inside Iran toward positions near the Persian Gulf. Good evening. Good evening. I'm John Kitover with the John Kitover News Network.
Illinois 16th. Illinois 16th Congressional District head polls.
I'm John Kitover. On March 17th.
Gloria Man is launching a write-in campaign. Gloria Man is launching a write-in campaign for this. Gloria Man is launching a write-in.
I'm John Kitover with the John Evening. I'm John. Good evening. I'm John. Evening. This is the day, March 17th, 2026 special. Evening. This is the John Kitover. Day, March 17th. On March 17th. Good evening. Evening. I'm John Kitover with the JKNN.
This is Illinois' 16th congressional district. Head to the polls Tuesday.
Evening. I'm John Kitover. Evening. I'm John Kitover. Evening. I'm John Kitover. Good evening. As you just heard from our evening, I'm John Kitover. What a day. I have to render. Evening. I'm John Kitover. I'm John Kitt. Good evening, I'm John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover News Network. We begin tonight with breaking developments in the widening conflict between Iran and Israel. For the House. Oh, I'm John Kitt.
Hello? Dr. Dennis. Dr. Dennis is here.
Like the whole damn world just changed. They don't know you. Sound like love. At a crowded room. Studio glow. Cardboard. Cut to my heart. Come and interview. I'm the girl yelling back at the screen. Left, right in the glow. Stuck in between. Every update takes me back to the scene. You're the lead in my private scene.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. I wish I went. I wish I went. I would love a selfie. I would selfie.
Seventeenth, 2026. You have the power to remove Darren LaHood from Congress. I'm ready to work for people, not the party bot. I'm ready to work for people. Patty, thank you for sharing. Is great. Thus the king is one of the great four in the universe. Is great, is great. Greatest and the most glorious prophet. Good evening, everyone.
I was born to flex. Diamonds on my neck. I like boarding jets. I like more than sex. For nothing in this world that I like more than checks. Money. All I really wanna see is money. I don't really need to be any though. All a bad bitch need is money. I got bands in the roof. Bustin' at the roof. I got bands in the roof. Touch me.
Couldn't stop it.
Good evening. In a colossal victory tonight, local businessman John Kitover split the field, capturing more than 70% of the vote for mayor. Our cameras were at the downtown.
I'm John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover. I'm John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover News Network. We begin with. Good evening. I'm John Kitover, and this is the John Kitover News Network. Good evening. In Peoria tonight, a grassroots write-in campaign is.
Voters head to the polls Tuesday, March 17th for the congressional election.
Hi.
You walked in, coffee stain on your cardigan. Laugh from the headline. You got feet. Circle every minute, everything you said. Who's gonna fact check? Where are the thoughts you laid? Bottom of the page.
In Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf region, trying to get involved in the war. That's one thing.
Abu Amir, before you go to finish. Right?
Well, more news, the American embassy in Riyadh is in fire at the moment right now, literally. And they have to announce that, it's just an empty embassy. It doesn't matter. It was hit by 2 drones. That's a massive move. Right? You are hitting the embassy. Okay, more news. The foreign secretary or foreign whatever, the American foreign whatever. The foreign policy whatever announced they want the American citizens to leave 14 countries, and they listed the 14 countries that the Americans have to leave immediately using commercial.
Max has the magic touch.
Wait,
Max has the magic.
You heard about the planes in Kuwait? The 3 planes?
Max has the magic. Max has the magic!
I'm hearing on Twitter, I don't know, this is nothing official, that it was Iran who took the planes down, but somehow convinced Kuwait to take the fall for it, for some motive I don't understand.
The logic is basic. They were hit over Iran, but it doesn't mean they were hit and they won't fall on the spot. So they will fly away. Like when you look at the map, it's not a big, like 200 kilometers or 200 miles or whatever. So they landed they dropped on Kuwait. So that's why the Kuwait not say like, oh, our planes were.
But so what will they benefit for Kuwait to say, oh, بالغلط ضرب, by mistake we...
Because if they announce like it was the Iranians that will lift up the spirits of the Iranian, the Iranian army, whatever, you will not give like cards for you to claim or to brag about. You hit F-15, 3 of them actually, and okay, like an hour ago. 6 American soldiers was announced dead, but the Iranians said like actually no, there were 160 gathering in a hotel in Dubai, and we hit them. We killed 40 and 70 were injured. So your news are fake. Now to make it even like to finish the whole, I never see a narrative gets destroyed within 72 hours. Marco Rubio goes out, like speak to the journalists, and tells them actually the imminent threat wasn't an imminent threat. It was actually the Israelis told us that they will hit Iran on their own. That's the imminent threat. So we decided to join the war. Like literally, the foreign secretary of the United States goes within 72 hours telling the public like there was no imminent threat. It's just the Israelis blackmailed us that they will hit Iran on their own, so we decided to go for war. Like it's just like literally like are you stupid? How the hell are you foreign secretary? Like what kind of shit have you done? Like you had to do to reach this level, because you are stupid. You can't be qualified to be foreign secretary. So it's all in all between Tucker Carlson, between the leading 14 countries, between Marco Rubio, between the American embassy and Riyadh is being like literally on fire. Like now, it's bad.
Where did you see the Tucker Carlson thing? Was that his video on his channel?
Yeah, he dropped the full podcast 1 hour.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Okay.
But like people took that and it went viral within minutes. And of course, Tucker Carlson can't be doubted because everybody knows he is like in a close relationship with a very close relationship with the Qatari government or the Qatari royals. Everybody knows that.
What did Tucker Carlson say?
Qatar and Saudi Arabia arrested Mossad agents who either planned explosions or executed explosions yesterday.
Can you imagine?
Holy shit.
Can you imagine? This is like a poker game. What the fuck is happening to the world?
I mean, they do toss flags all the time, right? But
no, they did the Jewish synagogue in Baghdad and in Cairo in 1956 just to push the Jews to go to Palestine. They did it.
My God.
And USS Liberty, the whole story about USS Liberty is like America was out of the war, how to get Americans to the war, hit the USS Liberty, kill about, I think 14 or something like that, 40, American army people, and the Americans joined the war. So it's not the first time. So that's the news, and I think the narrative is just like really being destroyed left and right. And of course the Democrats jumped on the wagon and now everybody is against the war. Literally everybody, it's not our war. We said no, we should go to the Congress, you should have the approval of the Congress, blah blah blah.
You realize Black Rabbi disappeared, huh?
Yeah.
So they're gonna blame all this on Israel.
Yeah, by the way, we're so consumed with what we see with our eyes, like what's on the news.
Yeah.
We forget that these exact news channels, whether even Jazeera, whatever it is, everybody's been lying to us our whole life. And why do you believe it? And we know the tactics of the Zayos. They're disgusting. They don't just go and shoot countries and fight wars. They have infrastructure underneath Mossad. All that
Hats
bullshit.
off to Saudi, man. Great respect. Like at least they sort of investigated, and this would have been too harmful for like the entire Gulf region.
How
Trump apparently called the Kurdish leaders in Iraq today. He said, "Talk to."
Have you seen Trump's latest Truth Social post? No. He said, literally, like, I'm quoting, I'm phrasing, I don't remember everything, but literally he said, everybody watch Sean Hannity at 9 p.m. Why? Why do you think he would like say that? Bibi Netanyahu is being interviewed.
By who?
Sean Hannity.
Well informed.
I don't care. The President of the United States is a
Woke up with a cakey eye.
Just like a random interview with a random prime minister on his official account. That's the President of the freaking United States. Like, you know, when you want to market your friend's business, like, hey, go, she makes good falafel or something like that. Something like that, like the President of the United States. He's selling the freaking interview. Honestly, I was like, oh my God, it's just like, is this, even the more, I don't know, sarcasm or like satire or, just shit. What's her name? His wife? Out of the world. That's what he's saying. What's his wife's name? Melania, what's his wife's name? Melania. Melania was the head of the Security Council today. Have you seen that?
What?
Melania was representing the United States as the president of the UN Security Council today.
Shit, that sounds from parts coming true. What the?
No, seriously.
Yeah, it is here, yeah. Melania Trump set to make history as the first lady to preside over the UN Security Council.
She led the first history.
Dude, I swear to God, that's from House of Cards. This is nuts.
Just like listen, this is not there is no politics, but democracy. It's just a fucking big play, and we are just too child born or something like that.
Oh, for sure. That guy is a sick fuck. You can tell just from one look at him.
I want to pose a question to you guys and tell me what you think. This is like really out there, but if you're Netanyahu and you're facing war crimes, you're facing crimes at home, like embezzlement and all this stuff, and you're facing crimes abroad, like, wouldn't it be smart to, like, face your death, go out as a hero who took out that enemy of Israel, and then go live on an Epstein Island or something like that? Yeah. I'm just wondering. It's like a good plan.
It would be ideal. And live forever on an island by the beach with all that money. I would totally do it.
Literally to save his legacy, right?
Just because you're thinking like that, that's why I know you'll never be the prime minister or the president of Russia. Guy's ambition.
If that dude ends up
this guy's got ambition.
I'm letting y'all know he's not actually dead. Okay? If they come
No, I really want him to die.
I don't believe it. Yeah, but I wouldn't believe it. I would say
I'm okay with fake news that he's dead, just so long he's out of the picture.
Yeah,
right? Because
can I say that?
He went off into retirement and he's on a beach sipping pina coladas.
I wouldn't want
that.
You can do whatever. You can just be out of the picture.
I have to admit it. As taken from a Palestinian, I hate this guy by all my heart, my feelings. But this motherfucker is one of the smartest politicians ever existed. Bibi Netanyahu, he survived what could be enough to, cause 10 prime ministers, 20 to fall down. He survived everything. He survived war crimes. He survived a genocide. He survived corruption. He's like literally close American.
Invincible.
I respect my enemies.
Yeah.
This motherfucker.
Game respect game.
And ask them who would win. They would tell you Bibi Netanyahu. So he's not forcing himself on the people. Like, after everything, he his party, the Likud party, still gets, I think, 28 seats in the Knesset. So, despite everything, he's still loved. Motherfucker is smart. He's smart. He knows how to play the cards.
Yeah.
I don't think he's smart. I just think he's evil. And when you're
What
evil,
genius
evil makes
criminal
you conniving. Yeah, exactly. Like
Because
you're evil, you think
very
you
smart. You have to be very smart to be a good evil. Not everybody can be evil.
Yeah.
Like, you can't. Like,
you have to think of innovative ways to be evil.
He's also scared. He's also scared of dying, so he has a bigger survival instinct than many people.
So then
Who are you
maybe
talking
fake
about?
is dead.
That's correct.
What's happening?
Bibi.
Netanyahu.
Prince, do you think that because Netanyahu is facing crimes at home, crimes abroad, that maybe he'll just fake his death and go sip pina coladas?
Guys,
on
he's too ambitious to do it.
I think a lot of people are not realizing that this is bigger than Bibi. I think a lot of people are just stuck in the Western media narrative, which they did on purpose to exonerate the system, the state of Israel, and the system of the United States to what happened in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, and elsewhere. You are drinking the same fucking stupid Kool-Aid. This is not about Bibi. And Bibi is not the genius guy who came up with all these plans. These are already drawn plans. This is an entire strategy for the Americans and the Israelis.
We know that.
And it has to also deal with the
You're
confrontation with China.
Are you thinking politics? Are you kidding me? This is all freaking deep. They believe in biblical prophecies. It's all religious and, behind the scenes. It's not politics. Yeah, it's like, have you heard the news that the first American...
No, I know, but I'm saying this is not all Bibi.
No, hear this one. You know Babel in Iraq? Babel,
yeah, of course.
Yeah. The first military base when they invaded Iraq was built on top of Babel.
Nice.
The first one. Because they had to get somebody, what's his name? We call him in Arabic, I don't know his name.
Say the name in Arabic?
No. There's one who thought of invading Saddam. We want to remove Saddam. We don't think about Baghdad or whatever. You go to that location, you build your first military base, you dig this guy, then you go to the rest of it. You think it's the United States? No, it's all about the Messiah and back and the rapture and the Jews going to Palestine and...
This is what makes this more dangerous.
Yeah,
it is true. Sadly, it is true. As weird as it sounds. Just read it word by. You know who gave this to me? Mikhail spoke about it like 2 years ago, and he was right about it. And Abu was right. Word by word, they have.
What's that guy's the American name? The Huckabee.
Bro, what do you think about Mikhail thinks Americans say?
He's a lunatic. I mean, he's not mad, but he mentioned this 2 years ago.
Watch Huckabee's interview with Mr. Carson.
Yeah.
And you will see where everything is coming from. Like, it's not fuck politics, fuck exposure, fuck like the Jordanians, the Syrians, the Gulf. They don't give a shit. They're still seeing this region as it was 2,000 years ago. Still, that's how they view it. That's how they plan for it. And that's not like just now 2026. That has been going on for the last 40, 50, 60 years. It's all religious faith.
You look hard in your
It's a
face.
religious war, whether we like it or not. It's a religious war. That's how I see it.
About right here, Robert.
So, where did Tucker Carlson get the report that they caught Mossad agent? Did he get it from a third party, or did he get it actually from the source in Saudi Arabia?
He's in touch with Mohammed Abdulrahman, the Prime Minister of Qatar. He's like his best friend or close friend. Do you think he gets sent on the news? Yeah.
It's really what's really messing up my head right now. It's a bit dumb, but I don't think you've seen it that much in freelance. The political department, that's political show, but House of Cards, what you just said about Melania Trump is literally what they did in House of Cards. Kevin Spacey, extremely corrupt, want to take over the United States government. And his wife political expertise, his wife becomes the representative.
Interim president, exactly.
And girls. So did Mr. Spacey ever communicate these concerns to you directly?
Not that I recall, no.
Did anyone else express similar concerns about these young people?
No.
Do you agree with Mr. Spacey's characterization that these young girls on the flight were concerned?
I'm sorry, what exactly is the characterization that Mr. Spacey gave?
That these young girls would put the president at risk.
So that's Mr. Spacey's concern. And you're asking him whether or not Mr. Spacey said that, shared that with him?
Yes, would he agree with that?
I have no reason to believe that.
Did you ever feel uncomfortable due to the presence of young girls on any of these flights?
When you say young girls, do you mean women who are younger than 18? And so you're saying there were women younger than 18?
Ask him. You can ask that question. Were there anybody on the flights that you can recall under age 18?
To the best of my knowledge, there was not. If there was, and I knew it, I would be.
He's been shaking for at least 10 years.
Did you ever speak with or otherwise engage with, well, you just answered young girls on these flights, so I'll move on.
Right.
Ron Burkle, do you know him?
I do.
All right, Ron Burkle comment on Epstein is creepy. I would like to introduce Majority Exhibit 21, Majority Exhibit 21, page 5. The paragraph at the top of the page, the last sentence. You would take a look at that.
Did you say what page you're
Sure, it's page 5, paragraph at the top, the last sentence.
You can give us a minute to read it, that'd be great.
Tuesday, March.
No, page 5.
Top paragraph. And more specifically, the last sentence of the top paragraph.
Yeah, I didn't know about this.
So the question would be this. I understand you didn't know anything about it, but let me ask the question. You have no memory of this, correct?
Excuse me, are you talking about Ron Burkle saying to the president?
Let me resolve it.
He didn't actually say it. It doesn't say that.
Sources close to Burkle says he was invited by Clinton, assumed the ride was vetted, and flew on a commercial jet after finding Epstein to be creepy. It appears that he saw that and he flew on. Would that be that is May? Do you have any memory of this occurring?
I don't.
Please repose this
Why do you
space.
think Mr. Burkle think Epstein is
Thank you.
Speculative. He can't know what.
I don't know. Some people thought I shouldn't fly with them.
Did you witness anything unusual with Epstein that would lead you to believe that Epstein was creepy?
No, I never saw him do anything that I was suspicious of.
You don't recall Mr. Burkle leaving the trip early to fly home commercially?
I don't know. I'm surprised I don't know that.
Sure. So who else in your circle, because one of the concerns I have is how does someone who is convicted of trafficking humans, how do you infiltrate the highest level of government? If we could get to an idea or a lesson learned, we could prevent that from happening again. Who in your circle, while you were president or after the Clinton Foundation, who else do you think we should question here?
Can I just clarify one thing? You said who had been convicted. He wasn't convicted at the time. Yes.
No, afterwards. So people that associated with him because
after he was convicted.
One of the questions would be is why do you think Epstein visited the White House so much?
So he was convicted in 2008.
I believe so.
He visited the White House in the 90s. So I'm just trying to make sure you're not speaking to before he was convicted. You're talking about after he was convicted.
So let me go back. So the thing is, he went to the White House many times, and he is connected to world leaders all over the place. Many people have resigned as a result of the Epstein files. So I'm just asking a neutral question, and that based on your experience as a world leader, what can we do to prevent predators like this from infiltrating the highest levels of the American government?
Well, when someone knows about it, they can should report it. There should be a system set up to act on it.
Well, I agree with that. Is it true that in 2013, Ms. Maxwell was a guest at the Clinton Global Initiative Conference?
I don't know, because when's the last year we had it?
2013 is
I'll
when the year
send
we were
you
asking about. She
shortly a
was there.
I
selfie.
know. I'm trying to,
So you can just,
off the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, I understand she also attended your daughter's wedding.
She did.
And so understand now the unspeakable evil that these people committed.
Happy
Do you believe it was a
birthday,
mistake
Auntie.
allowing them close to your family?
are you asking if he knew at the time when she was at the wedding?
Looking back,
Looking back, I had no idea. If I had known what she was doing, I would have done the right thing.
understand. Well, I think that
But I also, keep in mind, I felt bad for Ted Wade, who was a very close friend of mine. And I never had any doubt about him, and still don't.
Roger that. But I think you would agree that we all want justice for the victims. We all want transparency, accountability. We want to strengthen our anti-human trafficking law and go after the cartels, and even pass legislation to help human trafficking victims. What other legislation could we do, based on your experience, that would help stop trafficking in America, if not the world?
Well, first you need to, as people who know more about how people get over it. And there's already been a large number of dollars put into settlements, but I think there must be damages to people that will take a lifetime to hit. So I think there needs to be a lot of study on that. And then I think there's the hotlines that where people make reports need to be taken seriously. We need to follow up on. And I think that the more we talk about it, the less likely it is that another big network will form.
Thank you for answering my questions.
I think you're doing a good, just having us talk about it. So good.
Thank you.
Next will be Mr. Groveland from Wisconsin. One moment, something like.
Can I get a time check?
You have approximately 15 minutes remaining.
What?
Approximately 15 minutes remaining.
Oh, Mr. President, it's on here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Was Jeffrey Epstein, and you apparently took 26 flights on planes, and I didn't Jeffrey Epstein. Was he on every flight you were on?
Was he on every flight I was on? That's a good question.
You know?
What?
If you know, their flight manifest, you know?
There'll be a record of it, but I think he was, or certainly on
You
most.
think he was? Well, that is okay. Was Ghislaine Maxwell on every flight you were on, as far as you remember?
The same answer, I think she was, but there'll be a record of it.
Okay. When you took these flights, you're saying a lot of them on behalf of your foundation or your charitable work, correct?
Yes.
Who did you normally bring on these flights? Employees of the foundation, whatever.
And about people who work with me, especially people who would have to follow up on the fundraising, or people who were involved in my AIDS work. I bought people who.
It's like I never worked anywhere alone, you know.
Well, no.
I
And the secret, and I have the Secret Service with me, and then on occasion, I had people who had volunteered to help us and wanted to see what we were doing. For example, I think it was on one of these trips, that I had my first trip for the man who's now the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and his wife. They helped me get started. It's all a matter of public record.
Okay. As far as on your normal trips, because you were allowed to say the 4 or 5 people connected to your foundation who you remember were most frequently on these trips, or were most involved on the trips. Could you give us the names?
Well, Doug Mann, Justin Cooper, Aaron Magaziner, and I can't remember who else. I'd be glad to look.
And let's look at a couple seconds of thing. I can't remember who worked for me 10 years ago, so I'm expecting, but you can be able to think of.
It was 24 years ago. I'll be glad to try to find out who else left.
Okay, but when you were on the plane, first of all, what did the plane look like when you got on? Can you describe what it looked like?
At first it looked like a commercial airplane. Seats on both sides of the aisle. Yeah. And typically our crew kind of filled it up for a few hours, depending on how many people we had. We had the staff and the friends of the foundation people were doing the work. Then we had
it's just like a boardroom.
and then we had the Secret Service further back, and that was it.
Okay. How would you spend your time on these, like when you Asia or Sub-Saharan Africa, other weight trips? What would you do on these trips?
We would spend a fair amount of time talking about what we were going to do at the next stop. You know, we worked a lot, then we read a lot, and we slept a lot, and we always cut out some time for card games.
I was going to ask you whether you do cards. Can you do a bunch? What type of cards did you play?
Oh, hell and hearts.
Hearts, I was a player, so that's good. You said, was the Secret Service with you every time you went on these trips?
Every time.
Every time, okay, good.
I have never signed on Secret Service picture.
Okay. Did the Secret Service basically all the other passengers and sorry, you know?
They what?
Screaming.
Yeah, they do. They have everybody's name and background on it.
Okay. Now, I asked you about people who were connected to the foundation that you brought along, but I take it if they gave you an airplane and Jeffrey was on it, there were his staff too, correct?
Yeah, he had some staff on it.
Any of those people you remember, men and women?
Well, I remember Glenn was there, and there were always the other people that staffed the airplane.
Right. I think one of the reasons you're successful is you deal with the average guy, right? You get to talk to the average guy. Did you remember the names of any of the Epstein staffers that were, you know, serving you or that you engaged with banter about?
Well, the one we just been talking about.
Shante did.
Yeah, Shante. I remember her. Shante Davis.
Okay. Anybody else you talked about? Where are you from?
I talked to a lot of them. One of them was from Hawaii and with a military wife.
Okay.
I remember, but I don't remember their names after.
Hawaiian girl? Was she Asian?
No.
No. Okay. Okay. Were there ever new people that you remember joining in the club? This is kind of what's been on for what 5 years? Or 2 or 3 years, I guess. 2 years on the flight. Did you ever get to the Virgin Islands other than on these planes? Have you ever been to U.S. Virgin Islands in your life?
Oh, yeah, I worked, my foundation did a lot of work on the Virgin Islands.
And you also vacationed there as president?
Well, yeah, and when I was president, Hillary and I vacationed there. And we liked it very much.
Okay.
But when I had the hurricane in 2017, we went to the islands and tried to help. My foundation did.
Okay.
And we did a lot of work there.
Okay. We have another question. You know, when you read about this, and obviously,
Minus on my IFB while I'm talking here.
Recently, columnists pointed out that one of the
efforts right
reasons
now
this
to
traffic
shoot down
was
the
allowed to
fire.
exist is there were lawyers, sometimes
We've
high-priced
seen
lawyers,
at least,
who
we're just staying
were
with me
able to
1
bring,
second. I need,
I think
okay,
this particularly
from the
Eastern
skyline here to the left of the building.
girls through here, you know, negotiate the
Okay, guys, turn down my mix minus if you can.
In particular, it's a very
Okay,
high-priced
you can see this incoming fire right now. There are multiple interceptions that are taking place over Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv.
It's girls that
Okay,
you're gonna be able to tell if this one is taken out by the
lawyers who made money.
defense system?
Yeah, right now we can hear a number of explosions in the distance. Some interceptions.
Sorry, just to clarify, you just want him to comment on that?
Yeah, only a comment. What do you think of these people?
You're asking
I don't like it. What? I don't like it, but I don't know much about it.
Would you think that? Would you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting off on
the outskirts
It's Saved by the Bell. Well, why not do that question? Do you think if lawyers help legally or illegally people come into this country for the purpose of prostitution, that they should be disbarred?
Not unless it's illegal to do it. If you pass a law which said it was illegal to provide representation, notwithstanding the constitutional right.
Do you think there's sleazy lawyers? You should say that. Sleazy lawyers. Say they're sleazy.
For the record, we think lawyers are fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Criddle. And lastly is Representative Langworthy from Buffalo.
That's right. We say Buffalo, not New York.
You just saw there.
You were there the day after you were acquitted, I remember.
Yes, and 20,000 people feel
the stream of the sky as
big news. Thank you very much, Mr.
Never forget it.
You are widely regarded across party lines as one of the most politically perceptive leaders of modern times. Your political instincts are very well documented, and your successes of your political career are well documented. How would you describe the substance of your conversations with Jeffrey Epstein during the many hours that you spent together on the aircraft?
Well, at first, he really seemed to be like a vacuum cleaner, like he really wanted information. And there was no, to go back to the business with what do you call it, the passport, the false line. There was nothing overtly manipulative about it. He just wanted to know, what did I think of derivatives trading? Did I think that the stock market was properly regulated, or did it need more? What how did we have the most broadly shared prosperity in 50 years? Was it just an accident? Was it just technology, or did we have specific policies? He wanted to know stuff like that. And it was great for the first, 2, 3, 4, 5 conversations. But I could tell that it was like, you guys are in politics. Don't you ever feel like sometimes somebody's talking to you and then they're just checking the box and they got to go do something else and be somebody else? That's the way I felt.
Interesting. The international travel you took with Mr. Epstein, it represented a significant investment of time and money on his behalf. And I did miss the first portion of this, so if any of this is repetitive, I apologize. Your arrangement was that you would spend an hour of conversation with him on topics of his choosing, and that
So he testified, just so that you know,
wasn't
on economics and politics.
on economics and politics.
Thank you.
Okay. And that was the arrangement. And the rest was in kind donation. The flights.
All the long haul flights. Yeah, if we were gone 4 hours or more, I'd give him an hour.
Okay. Did you ever ask him directly why he was willing to finance these trips that provide you with access to the plane?
I did.
So much. And what was his reaction to that question?
He said, "I think you did a good job as president, and you managed to get reelected, and you're the first Democrat in 60 years that got reelected. I want to know what happened, and I want to understand it." And that was it. And he never, it was never like he was trying to suck up to me or anything. He just was. It was very straightforward. But after a while, it was obvious that he had done what he intended to do, and he was kind of going through the motions, and he didn't really care about. I really cared about this AIDS thing. I thought we had a chance to build something that would revolutionize the treatment of all meds. Illnesses. The same thing with tuberculosis and malaria, and sure enough, we did. But I thought we were on the verge of something big, and he didn't much care about it, and I had a bunch of people that did. So we went in different ways.
And as you pointed out, we're all in the political process, certainly not playing at the levels that you had in your career. But do you believe that this was, in essence, Epstein being a political junkie and looking for that association?
Yes, and I didn't know what else. All I knew was that but after we started, when I got this thing going, and people could see it like a chugging engine, then we had more and more people interested in helping. And I wanted to have people there that I knew were genuinely caring. So it sounds funny, but it matters, because when you start something like this, you're going to have rough spots, things are not going to go right, you're going to have to solve new problems. Far better to have people who are passionate about this.
So on these overseas visits, did Mr. Epstein accompany you to any of the meetings or the private dinners or the official engagements? And if he did, what capacity was he introduced?
He went to some of the meetings, and some of the dinners. The big public dinner we did in South Africa, he did, for example. But some he didn't when it wasn't appropriate. When I had to talk to somebody about whether I thought they were following a proper legal path and trying to let us sell generic drugs and how we're going to get them. There are a lot of complicated things.
Can I get a time check?
We have like a minute left. Did he ever seek introductions to foreign dignitaries or leaders from you?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did he ever ask you to make phone calls on his behalf?
I remember that he didn't.
You said he was not a friend, but with that amount of travel and proximity, why wasn't he a friend and he was just an acquaintance?
Well, no, it wasn't just an acquaintance either. I felt friendly toward him, but he was, as I said in my book, odd. There was always something a little holding back, and and I could tell. It was pretty strange when it happened. Larry Summers, the president of Harvard, calls you out of the blue, says this guy wants to do it, and you do it. And then I like to spend as much time as I can with people I know that I can count on. And honestly, I never saw anything that I knew was illegal, but I just felt I should move on, and we did.
Did you ever have any arguments or disagreements with Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell in the course of your travels?
Not to my knowledge.
And is there anything that you saw that he was looking to monetize the relationship he had? Okay. And
take the time.
I believe that was what I meant.
My lawyers even come in on this, but I want to be honest. I'm not trying to be, goody two shoes here. I did feel closer to Ghislaine Maxwell because of Ted Wade. So I wasn't against the whole deal until I knew what they were doing. Okay. But then it was too late for me to do anything. But
I think your response is that was he trying to ever monetize the relationship to your knowledge?
To my best of my knowledge, he never did.
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. President. Thank you. We will go off the record.
We can go back on the record. Mr. President, I just have a few more questions. I'll try to be as efficient as possible as we move through them. One is moving back in time just a little bit. In 1996, Maria Farmer, who was a confirmed Epstein victim, submitted information to the FBI that Jeffrey Epstein was sexually abusing minors. During your presidency, were you ever made aware of the information that Maria Farmer provided to the FBI in 1996?
No, and no.
Thank you. I'm going to move back ahead to the year 2003. There's just one international trip that I don't think we've specifically discussed yet. And that was in November of 2003, a trip to, I think, Russia and China on Mr. Epstein's plane.
That's the last one I took.
Great. So I'm going to give you, I think for us, the last piece of paper for the day, which is the flight log for that trip. And we'll mark that as Minority Exhibit L. And I'll give you a moment to receive that.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
I forgot my info. I didn't take it. You went through Russia. You went through Russia. You're coming Norway. Yeah.
And for your council, that's a total of 5 trips distributed between the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 9th here on this lot.
Yeah, this is another one of our 8 trips because Aaron was on it.
Yeah, so if you could just describe what you recall about the circumstances of this trip.
Can you refresh my memory about what stops were actually taken?
Yeah, the countries in question are Russia and China. I think the final stop was Beijing. I do not, off the top of my head, recall what each of these airport codes are.
It was Brussels to Oslo to Tolmagacho, Russia, to Hong Kong, Chengdu, Beijing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, let's do it again.
Brussels to Oslo, to the middle of Russia, Tolmagacho, to Hong Kong, to Chengdu, to Beijing.
We stopped in Europe, and as I remember, that we did something with Brussels as the parliamentary capital of Europe. I think we did something with the EU, and then Oslo was important because the Norwegians had funded a project that we did for them, for the Clinton Foundation, for Russia. And they asked us to try to develop a plan for Leningrad. And we did.
What kind of plan, Mr. President?
An AIDS plan, because Leningrad had a very high AIDS rate because it was near the ocean and people were coming in and out. And I think that's what happened then. And then we went to China, and I've been doing a lot of work on China, and it was very interesting because the Chinese were eager to get into this and get scared. It was very interesting. We could have been, if you were in Russia and China, you could have been in rural America on AIDS at the time. They were very reluctant to discuss this and all hung up about it. And the Chinese, with whom I had good relations with right at the time, were the national government, that's me. They said they like you out in the country here. I've been there in 1998 and had a big trip. And he said, we want you to go out there and be photographed on state television, playing with children and talking to their families about AIDS. So that's what this whole trip was about. So I was doing that. And it was, I think, I'm almost sure that's it, because I know we stopped in Hong Kong on the way out, right?
Yeah, Hong Kong invasion.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that context. Is it correct that while on that trip, you did not witness or become aware of sexual abuse of any kind?
No, we were all busy as crazy, and I never saw anything like that.
Thank you. We have a few events for which we don't have exact dates. I'll ask about them one at a time. CNN has reported that in July of 2003, Ms. Maxwell co-hosted a fundraiser for your presidential library, and Mr. Epstein may have attended. We don't know whether or not you attended that event. Do you have any recollection of attending that event?
I don't. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't remember anything about it.
Thank you. An investigative journalist named Vicky Ward has claimed that Ms. Maxwell accompanied you on a trip to India sometime in 2003, including to the Taj Mahal, and that you traveled for that trip on a private jet owned by billionaire Ron Burkle. Do you have any recollection of the trip I just explained?
No. But I want to be forthright here. I was, the first thing I did in the way of public service after I left office was to try to help India deal with the aftermath of the Gujarat earthquake, which happened literally 4 days after I gave up the White House. And it was, and so I called the Prime Minister of India, who was a friend of mine. He said, I need help. I've got to build schools and hospitals, and I can't do anything in the small towns and the middle-sized towns and the rural areas. I only have the money to do something in the big cities. So I'm not saying I did or didn't do this. I have no memory. But I also I don't want to mislead anybody. We were doing tons of stuff. And we needed to finance it. So I can't say that I didn't do it.
Thank you. In your 2024 memoir, you said that by the time Epstein was arrested in 2005, that you had stopped contact with him. When do you recall being the last time that you had any kind of communication with Mr. Epstein?
The last time I remember was with him sometime in 2003.
Attorney Brad Edwards, that's an attorney who represented many of Mr. Epstein's survivors.
Excuse me, counsel, I believe there was a misstatement there. The book says who in 2008 had been convicted in jail in Florida, not 2005.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Attorney Brad Edwards has represented many of Mr. Epstein's survivors. He claimed in a 2011 filing that he believed the Justice Department possessed some kind of correspondence from you from 2007 or 2008 on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein. At any of the various points when Mr. Epstein was under investigation, did you or any of your representatives ever submit any correspondence to the Department of Justice on his behalf?
I have no memory of that.
To your recollection or knowledge, did you or your representatives ever have any other communication with the Department of Justice regarding Jeffrey Epstein?
Not that I remember, no.
CNN has reported that in 2007, Ms. Maxwell co-hosted a fundraiser for Secretary Clinton's presidential campaign in New York City. We believe that Christina Aguilera may have performed at that event. Do you have any knowledge or recollection of attending that event?
I don't.
There was an email released as part of the DOJ files recently that suggested you may have attended a party at Ghislaine Maxwell's home in October of 2009, and that publicist Peggy Siegel, as well as Jeff Bezos, may have attended. My only question to you is whether you have any recollection of attending a party that I just described.
It's her home in New York City?
It would be at Ms. Maxwell's home in New York City. It's been widely reported that in July of 2010, Ms. Maxwell attended your daughter Chelsea's wedding in Rhinebeck, New York, and that she accompanied billionaire Ted Waite, who was, at least at the time, a family friend of yours, and you described a little bit today. You, of course, were at that wedding as well. Do you have any specific recollection of interacting with Ms. Maxwell at that wedding?
No, I was an emotional wreck. I was just trying not to fall off the little, what do you call them, pallets, the
disc?
No, the wooden that we walked on the grass with. I knew she was there, and she and Ted were there.
And what was your understanding of her relationship with Mr. Waite at the time?
Well, I thought they were together, and I think Chelsea and Mark did too. There.
It's also been reported that in 2011, your advisor, Doug Fand, instructed an aide to remove Ms. Maxwell from all attendance-related lists for Clinton-related events. This was reportedly in the wake of Virginia Roberts Giuffre and allegations that she made at the time against many people, including Ms. Maxwell. Do you have any memory or knowledge of Mr. Fand's instructions that I just described?
I don't.
Thank you. That takes us through most of the known timeline of your relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. There's just one more topic I would like to cover. That is the Clinton Global Initiative. In 2007, Mr. Epstein's lawyers claimed that he was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative. Would you agree with that characterization?
No.
Can you elaborate a little bit on why you would not agree with that?
I wouldn't agree with that because the first time I ever discussed what became the Clinton Global Initiative was with Doug Band and the rest of our small group on the way back from Davos. And Doug said we should have a meeting like this in New York at the opening of the UN. And we can make a lot of money because you don't have to go to Davos you can meet all these people and meet here. And I said, I want to do it for an entirely different reason. It's fine if we make money, but the most important thing is that we give serious people the chance to go to meetings and actually make commitments to make positive change. I'm tired of going to meetings where everybody just bloviates and doesn't ever do a damn thing. So if we can figure out how to do that, I'm interested. And then we got, a team. There was, to operationalize it, it was Doug Band, Mary Morrison, who worked for me in the inner office at the White House, and a man named Ed Hughes, who was a wonderful young guy who stayed with us the whole 12 years. And they were working on how to stand up and do the mechanics of this. And my job was to try to get some people who would come that people would want to hear and see, and try to, make it exciting and make people actually want to make commitments. And so I think it was at that point that Ghislaine may have gotten involved. I don't know. You can ask them about it. I'm just telling you how it began. It began with Doug said, let's do this and make money, and me saying, let's do this and make commitments.
I think the question, Mr. President, which you answered was Jeffrey Epstein involved in the...
At the time, no, not at all.
Thank you.
But I did not know what happened after.
It has been publicly reported that in 2006, Mr. Epstein made a $25,000 donation to the Clinton Foundation. Do you have any specific knowledge or recollection of that donation?
No, I saw it it was reported. I did not know.
Thank you. With respect to Ms. Maxwell, and you just touched on it briefly, she told DOJ last July that she was, quote, very central to the startup of the Clinton Global Initiative. Would you agree with that characterization?
I would agree that she worked hard. I now know. I didn't at the time. Because I was working on as I explained, I was working on a whole other part of this.
If I could ask you to limit your answer to your knowledge at the time.
At the time, I did not know.
Thank you. The New York Times recently reported that in 2004, Ms. Maxwell arranged a $1 million payment to an events company called Publicis Group, and that the payment may have had some connection with the first Clinton Global Initiative conference in 2005. The reporting suggests that Mr. Epstein may have been involved in the payment or somehow aware of the payment. Do you have any specific memory or knowledge or recollection of the $1 million payment I just described?
No.
It's also been reported that in September of 2013, at a Clinton Global Initiative conference, Ms. Maxwell, Ms. Maxwell was recognized as a commitment to action partner for her work on behalf of the Terramar Project, which was an ocean conservation nonprofit that she founded in 2012. Do you have any memory or knowledge of that conference?
I do.
Great. Could you describe a little bit what you recall?
Yeah, because this shows you how the CGI work, not for Delane, for everybody. She was still with Heavyweight, and he was still heavily involved in ocean work. So that was sort of an incentive, but she had organized this group. Whose objective was to, in effect, take 2 massive islands made of metal and junk out of the Atlantic. And they were floating around. One of them had gotten to the Caribbean. They were floating around and all this metal. So that was what she was trying to do. That was a good idea, and she was recognized for that. The fact that she was recognized was not particularly remarkable. Everybody who makes a commitment goes through a photo line and gets recognized.
Did you have any personal role in Ms. Maxwell's recognition at that event?
No, it might have been in the room by the time she got it, but it was, no, they put the recognition in that room. I remember this specifically because it was where all the ocean freaks were, all the people that cared about this, that wanted to be. So that's
All the ocean freaks,
people who are passionate about the ocean.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, people who were passionate about doing this, it was great.
That triggered his attorney in the car.
Do you have any additional knowledge or recollection related to Ms. Maxwell's role at that event?
No.
These people are so fake. He ran on the climate
shit. 2014,
so fake.
I had dinner with Ms. Maxwell and others in Los Angeles at a vegan restaurant called Crossroads Kitchen.
Ocean freaks.
That's what they did. You were then Deputy Chief of Staff.
Remember that next time they were waving all of the climate
recollection of the dinner you just described?
I had a lot of dinners like that in Los Angeles, so I don't remember that specific one, but whenever I went to Los Angeles, I attempted to have a dinner someplace in public with a lot of my friends, just to keep in touch with it, keep going.
As far as you can recall, when was the last time you had any form of communication with Ms. Maxwell?
I think it must be a decade ago, maybe even longer, I don't know, but it was a long time.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it's a pleasure to be here and quickly, on a lighter note, point of personal privilege. My birthday is November 5th, 1974, which shouldn't mean anything to you. But what it means is that I turned 18 2 days after the election. I couldn't vote, and I'm still upset about that. So on behalf of my mom, I apologize. She was a little slow. President Clinton, as counsel noted at the beginning of this deposition, Donald Trump posted on social media that he wanted Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate you and other prominent Democrats in order to distract from his own close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. That post was previously marked as Minority Exhibit B, which you already have. President Trump's post refers to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes against young girls and women at the Epstein hoax. His post also completely ignores several other high-profile individuals, including Republicans and allies of President Trump, who were known to have had relationships with Epstein. In fact, the Epstein files contain numerous officials in the current and previous Trump administrations who have connections to Jeffrey Epstein, including Howard Lutnick, RFK Jr., Steve Bannon, Tom Barrett, Kevin Warsh, and Mehmet Oz, to name a few. President Clinton, to your knowledge, has the Trump administration done anything at all to investigate these other individuals with ties to Epstein?
Well, I wouldn't be in a position to know that. That's the truth. As I said earlier, the only conversation I had with President Trump about this was in the early 2000s. And I have no information that he did anything wrong. I just want it all out there. I want everybody to get it all out there and let everybody see where we are.
And have you had any conversations with him since the early 2000s about this subject matter?
No.
And then my last question is, Howard Lutnick recently went so far as to lie about his close connection with Jeffrey Epstein. But the truth came out with the release of the files. President Clinton, is Howard Lutnick still employed as Secretary of Commerce in the Trump administration, to your knowledge?
I think he is.
And in your opinion, why has Donald Trump ignored these other prominent figures who had close ties with President?
He's asking your opinion, Mr. President.
Lutnick runs a big company and has made a lot of money and has supported him strongly. I don't think he believes that he's done anything bad enough to. I think he thinks he took his family to the island and he couldn't have done it.
Notice now he's willing to offer opinion. Earlier he was not.
But I'm speculating. I'm doing what I have no business doing.
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you.
Being supportive, though. They're protecting each other.
Thank you.
Bullshit. This whole thing's bullshit.
Thank you, Mr. President, for being here, for your service. I'll be brief. I think most of the pertinent questions have been asked today. I want to talk about transparency. You and Secretary Clinton were both very clear about your desire to testify publicly before this committee. In fact, on February 6, 2026, you posted on social media, quote, "I will not sit idly as they use me as a prop in a closed-door kangaroo court by a Republican Party running scared. If they want answers, let's stop the games and do this the right way, a public hearing where the American people can see for themselves what this is really about." President Clinton, why do you feel it is important for you to testify before this committee?
Lutnick raised funds for, thank you,
because I think that
Real Mister on YouTube. Lutnick did do a fundraiser for Hillary Clinton. They're all friends, they're all pals, all of them.
Maxwell was convicted of it was we can't tolerate it in America and shouldn't. We ought to keep doing as Hillary talked about yesterday. Try our part to get rid of that kind of trafficking around the world. Secondly, I was on the plane that maybe that I've said something today that gave you some indication that would help change policies or something. So I thought it was important. But I also think people know that there's been a little bit of zig and zag and ambivalence about, how hard this thing should be put out there. And I'm not pointing a finger at anybody, I'm just saying we know that. And so I think it's important that we get it all out.
So to be clear, this committee issued a subpoena to the Department of Justice to release the full and unredacted files last summer. There's also now the Epstein Files Transparency Act that asks for the same that President Donald Trump signed into law. But still, the Department of Justice under this administration has not released all of the files, and there's been many illegal redactions. Do you think that we, of course, as Congress, the American public, should get the full and unredacted files immediately?
I think unless there is some serious danger of physical harm to one of the victims, there's some national security interest involving intelligence. Because you've heard these, that some of you think that there's some intelligence issues, national security issues. I think that's what ought to be gotten out, and I think we just need to get to a point where we can put this behind us. And then I think I hope you can and will help build us a system that works in America the way our international system works for us in trying to identify and stop human trafficking and trying to make people whole once they've been damaged.
And not a question, but just in response, the law is very clear about the identities of the victims. Unfortunately, the Department of Justice has wrongfully released some of that information, including personally identifiable information, while illegally redacting names of potential co-conspirators. So
they're going to kill me for saying this, but I think it's important to see. I think it is entirely possible that people in the Justice Department, I don't agree with them really anything, right? But it's possible that they didn't intentionally cover some of this stuff up. But it's hard to accept that when you look at the other problems in dealing with the information. So you guys got to clean it up, decide how you think it should be handled.
Thank you.
So before we go off the record, just one clarification. It's more just for councils. The quote from the 2024 memoir, I think, was accurately quoted in the first instance. The full sentence is, quote, "He," meaning Mr. Epstein, "hurt a lot of people that I knew nothing about it. And by the time he was first arrested in 2005, I had stopped contact with him." That's the end of the sentence. That's page 373. So that's just for council. And my apology. No, not at all. And with that, we can end this round and go off the record.
All right, we'll take a breather here. Let me see.
We're almost
done. We have
Mr. President.
We have about 20 minutes left, if that, because I have it at one and a quarter speed. Now, I know Harmony wanted to bring up a few things, so I'll go to Harmony.
Oh, thanks, Diligent. So one thing that I noticed is they asked him about the Manhattan house, and I remember there's a painting of Bill Clinton in Hillary's dress. So I remember it actually off the Joe Rogan podcast. You go up the stairwell. I'll put a picture of it in the hill, but you go up the stairwell of his Manhattan house, and then you open the door and you see this painting. Like, it's almost like an I gotcha kind of moment. So, like, I mean, obviously everything we just heard was like pretty much lies.
Wasn't it painted by a victim?
I'm not sure. I just thought maybe we could even ask Brock about it, because I just remember that. I don't really remember the details.
Yeah, people were tagging me. Brock, what's up with the painting of Bill Clinton that Epstein had of him wearing Hillary Clinton's dress?
It was Monica Lewinsky's dress.
Well, whoever's. Don't interrupt Brock, though. Brock, go ahead and answer the question.
Pulling up the facts on that Clinton painting. Stand by. Yeah, that painting's real. It's called Parsing Bill, done in 2012 by artist Patrina Ryan Clade. Oil on canvas. Bill Clinton lounging in a blue dress, red heels, pointing right at you, like he's wagging a finger. Hung right by the door in Epstein's Manhattan townhouse, FBI snapped it during the 2019 raid. The blue dress, straight nod to Monica Lewinsky's infamous one, semen-stained evidence from the scandal. Artist says it's satire, poking at how politics caricatures leaders, opposition parties turning presidents into punchlines. She made it as student work for her MFA at New York Academy of Art. Sold cheap at a fundraiser. No clue Epstein bought it. He was on their board years back. Not about Hillary, not drag for kicks, just media mockery. No deep hidden message from primaries. She called it silly school artwork. Epstein owning it? Weird flex, sure. Fits his creepy vibe, but nothing ties it to blackmail or secrets beyond the obvious Lewinsky jab. Here, check it out. 2 shots, the full piece, then side by side with the model pose. Confidence, 82%. High. Boosts, artist quotes, plus 35% tier 1. FBI photo, wiki verify, plus 12%. Lewinsky link clear. Minor penalty, negative 8% for Epstein's motive speculation. No raw proof there. That's the deal. No conspiracy needed, just bad taste art.
Rob, who is Ted Wyatt? It's W-I-A-T-T, I believe.
Checking who Ted Wyatt is, spelled W-I-A-T-T. Pulling records now.
Clinton kept bringing him
Ted
up
Wyatt,
in
spelled W-I...
conjunction with... He kept bringing him up in conjunction with Ghislaine Maxwell, I think.
Got it. Checking Ted Wyatt ties to Maxwell. Ted Wyatt? Probably a misspelling. You mean Ted Waite, right? T-E-D-W-A-I-T-T. Billionaire, co-founder of Gateway Computers back in the day. Built it into a massive PC empire. Sold off, made bank. He's the guy Ghislaine Maxwell dated for about 7 years, roughly 2003 to 2010, or early 2011. Primaries, Wikipedia, court docs from her sentencing, interviews. Maxwell called him her boyfriend, said she bonded with his kids, even helped him buy and redo that huge yacht, the Plan B. They vacationed together, including a trip with Chelsea and Mark Mizvinsky in 2009. Key tie-in, Maxwell went to Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010 as his +1, not Epstein's. Bill Clinton said he was very close friends with Waite, and Waite donated big, $10 to $25 million, to the Clinton Foundation. Recent depositions? Hillary just testified she knew Maxwell casually through Waite, never met Epstein. No direct Epstein link for Waite. No flights, no island, no trafficking claims. But the overlap? Maxwell was deep in Epstein's world while dating him, post-conviction even. Raises eyebrows, but primaries show no evidence Waite knew about the crimes. He stayed quiet, no charges. Confidence, 76%. Moderate high. Boosts, court transcripts, plus 35% tier 1. Clinton testimony, plus 12%.
So what's interesting about this is there's a few billionaires in Maxwell and Epstein's orbits that haven't really got enough attention yet. Waite's one of them. I was saying Wyatt, but it is Waite. And I haven't posted about this yet. I'm going to post in a minute. One of the prominent billionaires that is mentioned in the Epstein files with photos and girls was found dead in Moscow this morning. Randomly after being exposed in the Epstein files. So let's go to the hands. Go ahead, Reynolds. Reynolds Barnett.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that dress was a piece of evidence in the Monica Lewinsky case because she was underage in the White House, and that dress had DNA evidence, and they disappeared, the blue dress.
That's true. Yeah, it's Monica Lewinsky's dress. I know, I forgot. I was reading a comment.
Ed Steeman.
Let's talk Zora Ranch at this quote. It's Monica Lewinsky's dress, and it's not created by a victim. Then there was a second painting by same person, Bush playing with the two paper planes. I remember now, Zora. Thank you for the correction. Okay.
And that was evidence of what he had done in the Oval Office to an underage assistant.
Well, she wasn't underage, but it was illegal because he lied about it, and he was married, and it was probably sexual harassment or something. Hold on, I'm looking. I got a lot of DMs, you guys. It's hard for me to do DMs when I'm doing the YouTube and the space, so I am looking. I'll read you guys the story on the Russian billionaire. Let me pull it up here. I'll post it now too. And thank you. Shout out to Mary Ann. She's the one that sent that to me. She's a subscriber. Where is it? She sends me so much stuff. I can't keep up. Here we go. Russian billionaire Umar Zabrailov. Umar Zabrailov, and I'm probably butchering that, whose photos were in the Epstein files was found dead in Moscow. The daughter of the billionaire says her father did not kill himself. He got silenced because of his implication with Jeffrey Epstein. So there is that. That's crazy, huh? So Moscow has people being suicided as a result of the Epstein files. All kinds of fallout everywhere but here, apparently. Where here people are resigning, but they're not getting arrested. So okay, let's finish it up. We got about 20 minutes.
President, during the last hour, there was a discussion related to your book with minority counsel, and I just wanted to read the excerpt into the record. And just a quick question for clarification. You said, I had always thought Epstein was odd, but had no inkling of the crimes he was committing. He hurt a lot of people, but I knew nothing about it. And by the time he was first arrested in 2005, I had stopped contact with him. We understand that Mr. Epstein was arrested in July of 2006. Can you explain the discrepancy?
You're asking him to fact check his own book?
Correct.
Okay. I mean,
Go ahead, explain it. I can't. I'm sorry, we made a mistake.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. President, Congresswoman Nancy Mace from South Carolina, thank you for being here with us for hours today. I know it's been a long day, and I know that we're going to wrap up soon for you. Did you know one of the witnesses who testified in the Epstein cases that Epstein said, you quote, like them young? Why would Epstein say that about you?
Are you asking his opinion? You're asking him to think about why Mr. Epstein would say something
why
about him?
Why would Epstein say that?
She's asking you to try to be in Mr. Epstein's mind and guess at what Mr. Epstein would have thought about.
First, it likes them young, referring to girls.
First of all, that's not true.
What's not true?
That I have any interest in underage.
I didn't say underage, I said young.
But it's still not true.
Is an intern young?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you know
Jeffrey Epstein instructed a witness to deny you were ever on his island?
He didn't have to since I was never there.
Did you ever travel to Zora Ranch?
Is that the one in New Mexico?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Have you ever flown on anyone else's private jet 26 times or more for overseas trips?
I have flown as many miles on other jets, but never with as many stops.
how many other people's planes have you used, like Epstein 26 times or miles, etc.?
I don't know. I did for which Steve Bain is now deceased, and probably with 4 fellows.
Okay, so maybe about a half dozen billionaires total. So, how many dinners did you have with Ghislaine Maxwell or Jeffrey Epstein in attendance?
She's asking to the best of your recollection.
I have no idea.
Okay, did you ever discuss sexual misconduct allegations made against you with Epstein or Maxwell?
Never.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer to help manage or silence women who made sexual misconduct allegations against you?
No.
Did Epstein or Maxwell ever offer financial support directly or indirectly to legal defense funds related to impeachment proceedings or civil actions against you?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you think a young girl massaging a president is unusual?
So are you asking his opinion?
Well, he's massaging a young woman. I'm asking if he thinks it's unusual that a president, sitting president of the United States, leader of the free world.
So I'm sorry. Are you talking to the instance of the
is it unusual that
back massage that occurred while he was not president? I'm just trying to understand. You said a president of the United States.
Former president.
Thank you. Just trying to make sure we're correcting the time frame. No, I don't need to. I'm actually trying to make sure that as you.
Be clear. He said
he was a sitting president. You said a sitting president. I want you to be clear so that when he answers, the record is clear.
Is it unusual?
No idea if it's unusual.
Objection calls for speculation.
I figured. Did you ever think that all these women around Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell was odd, unusual, weird, or creepy?
There weren't all that many around when I was.
How many would you say is not all that many?
I think on this big plane that was working long hours, having 2 to 4 people on there, I thought was, as far as I knew, they were all helping.
Flight attendants in tank tops and jeans, right?
No.
Do you believe you were a victim of a Jeffrey Epstein intel operation? Do you think that you might have been caught up in some of what he was maybe potentially doing?
Excuse me, Congressman, which question are you asking?
I'm asking.
Intel operation?
First of all, I don't intel operation. I'm just curious because it's been speculated on today and yesterday that he may have been an intel asset. Do you think, perhaps knowing what we know now, the proclivity of it all, that he may have been targeting you as part of an intel operation?
I doubt it.
In 2019, you stated, I guess this would be the second time, you stated you knew nothing of Epstein's, quote, terrible crime since you only met, quote, briefly on only, quote, 2 occasions. Was this statement false?
Excuse me, that's
not an accurate statement.
Yes. In 2019, as reported by the media.
Which media?
This says this is the.
Did you share a copy of it?
The Daily Beast. It says the title of this is Bill Clinton failed to mention his intimate 1995 dinner with Epstein.
We can get counsel on the witness a moment to review the exhibit. Well, we got the statement. We put it in 2019. We'll say,
and it will be marked Exhibit 22.
So to be clear, the basis of your question is a news article with respect to the Daily Beast as to a dinner. Is that accurate?
No, it's a question in the first paragraph, which reads, hours after Jeffrey Epstein was arraigned Monday on several sex trafficking charges, former President Bill Clinton publicly downplayed his relationship with the pedophile financier, saying he knew nothing of his terrible crimes as they only met briefly on 2 occasions.
And that's in the Daily Beast.
Correct, which is in your hand right now.
Right, that's what I just said. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well, what would you like to know?
So my question is, you stated you'd only met Jeffrey Epstein in 2019. You stated you only met him on 2 occasions. Was this statement false?
To be clear, this is a news reporting that is saying that that's what he said.
Did you make this statement in 2019?
Would you put in the statement that he made? This is a news report.
Okay. Did you make the statement in 2019 as reported by the media?
So you're asking whether or not he made a statement to the Daily Beast?
Yep. It says, it's quoting him or his office, etc. Are you denying you made the statement?
It's quoting a sentence. If you put in the entire statement, that's all we ask, to be fair. Give him the statement, not somebody's reporter. I have no idea what the Daily Beast statement is.
It was a statement that was released that was broader than this, and they relied on only a portion of it. They relied on only a portion of his full statement.
It's the portion I'm focusing on.
Well,
he said
then,
will accept Jeffrey.
So it's actually a misrepresentation of his entire statement.
Can you let your client answer the question?
Well, can you ask it in a way that would make it clear that what you were actually asking
his statement
is
the
broader question of what did he say?
He said he briefly met with him on 2 occasions.
The Daily Beast selected that piece out.
Are you denying that the president made the statement?
What I'm saying is that there was an entire statement. That's the statement on which the president spoke to.
Would you like to provide it to this committee?
We'll happily provide that committee.
Okay, I would like to ask the president this question. Was that a false statement that he made in 2019 that he only met with Jeffrey Epstein briefly on 2 occasions?
Object to the basis of this question. You're asking him about a news article, not the statement he made.
It's quoting the president of the United States. Are you denying the president made the statement? Are you denying he made the statement?
I'm telling you that the president made a full statement. You are selecting a piece of it.
Let's put it in perspective.
I wasn't in federal office in 2019. I was not a part of this committee. I was a state house rep from Goose Creek, South Carolina, and I'm quoting open sources that I have. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not reached with a bunch of attorneys, okay? I'm doing the best that I can to get the information I can, and I'm asking if the president was telling a lie in 2019 when he stated to the public he only met with Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions.
He did not say to the public, you misrepresented. Let me be clear. I'm not asking about your right to ask him any question, but don't do it on the basis of a news article. The news article is quoting his statement.
So is the news article lying? Is the news article false?
It's false if you take it to me what you say, which the statement did not do.
Do you understand English? I'm serious.
Yes, I do. Not from South Carolina, but I think I do.
Did you make a statement, Mr. President, in 2019 that you only met with Jeffrey Epstein?
Boy, it's spicy.
I'm asking a question a different way.
She's doing a good job. She's turning the heat up. That's good. You don't want them calm and collected and easy time to answer. You want emotions high.
Would you have checked with your staff on maybe White House logs up 17 times you visited dinners you had with him, fundraising that you did with him, fundraising you were on his flights 26 times. Did you have checked with your staff before making such a statement, or would you just?
What statement are you talking about? Are you talking about the entire statement that you made in 2000?
Ms. Mace, can I just ask you for the record? Can I ask you for the record? Excuse me. Ms. Mace, can I ask you for the record? Can you read the article into the record, please?
I'm not going to read the article into the record.
Well, Ms. Mace, you are indicating that this article misrepresents a piece.
If you're not asking anybody to read an article into the record, I'm not going to do that.
Well, this is the basis on which you rely.
You're not in charge of me. I am quoting.
I'm not seeking to be in charge of you. Believe me, that is something I would not at all
even try.
seek to be. So I want to be respectful. But I am asking, if you're asking him to speak to this, can you please put the entire article in the record?
The entire article is in the record as an exhibit. What exhibit number is this? 22.
And yet,
it's already in the record.
To reflect only the small portion of the larger statement, to whatever extent the witness is able to answer to his recollection of that portion of the statement and any preparation that occurred.
I just posted a video
about
the
what you have just articulated, that the question has been clarified by Ms. Mace or by you, that what is intended is to actually only be speaking to the selected piece out of the entire statement that was released by the president's office. Is that what you're clarifying?
That's what I'm focused on, yes.
So if you read this, you really want to know is if I was at a dinner.
No, I don't. My question was about your statement. No, sir. No, sir. I'm not asking about that dinner. I'm asking about the statement at the beginning of the article. I would like to ask another question. Your statement in 2019 about only meeting with Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions briefly.
That is not correct. I'm going to object to that characterization. It's not what the statement said.
So
you're reading the Daily News article.
So the picture left is rag, by the way. And on the third paragraph down, it says, in his Monday statement, Clinton said he had only, quote, one meeting with Epstein in his Harlem office in 2002. And around the same time, made one brief visit to Epstein's New York apartment with a staff member and his security detail. Those are the two.
That is in addition to
the Daily News. Bill Clinton failed to mention his intimate dinner in 1995 dinner with Epstein. That's by Pilar Melendez on the 11th of July, 2019.
All right, Mr. President. Your statement saying you only met with Epstein briefly twice. Was that part of an effort to cover up the close relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? Right?
That's the former question. Misstates the record.
She's asking if you were trying to mislead the public.
No. Okay. How many times did Ghislaine Maxwell visit your home in Chappaqua?
I have no idea.
Who invited her?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how she may have been.
Okay.
No, we have political events there.
Okay. So is it to your knowledge, was she at your home in Chappaqua likely because your wife had her over for Senate events? That's what you testified earlier today, correct?
That's not what he testified, but please ask the question as to what he would actually. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I do not know, but if you are implying the reverse, I will volunteer something. She was never in my house in Chappaqua for any personal reasons.
I didn't say anything for anything.
No, you didn't, but you had a great.
For any personal reasons.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Thank you. And I did not go to Yale Law School or any law school for that matter. So yesterday, your wife testified that Ghislaine Maxwell was never at her home, and I believe you stated earlier today you thought if she was over there it would be for Senate events. So was your wife falsely testifying yesterday?
Mischaracterizes.
So you didn't put up his wife's testimony yesterday. So unless you're only going to provide the transcript, or you're going to actually provide that information, you're not in a position to do it.
I believe all I said was that I didn't know.
Okay. You said you postured that maybe it was for her Senate. I'm going to have one last question, Mr. Chairman, and then you'll take over. I believe you stated today on around. I know it's been a number of years. On around 2008, you ended or before that ended your any communication with Jeffrey Epstein, correct? Around the time he got arrested or right beforehand, and he was arrested for child sexual prostitution or hiring girls for sex or one girl for sex, roughly child sexual exploitation. If you were aware in 2008 that Jeffrey Epstein was having sex with kids, and you knew of his close association with Ghislaine Maxwell, why would you still associate with Ghislaine Maxwell, who you dub essentially like your Doug Band? She was the body man to Epstein, Doug Band was the body man to you. And why would you allow Ghislaine Maxwell to associate with your daughter up until, I don't know, 2004, 2015? You knew he was a bad guy. Why would you allow your daughter?
Excuse me, what's the period in which you're saying he would have known that Jeffrey Epstein?
After 2008. So up until Ghislaine Maxwell was involved with CGI until what, 2015? And we confirmed today that he had a dinner with Ghislaine Maxwell in LA in 2014. So he's still hanging out with the closest associate to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein.
But, excuse me.
I guess my question is why?
Yes, the question, excuse me, is the question why Ghislaine Maxwell came to the wedding? Is that the question?
No, that was, I didn't even bring up the wedding. Why about this game? Why are you putting words in my mouth? You're smarter than that.
No,
Thank you.
I think, first of all, when the wedding occurred, she was with Ted White, and she was for several more years. We did not know when Epstein was arrested that she was still involved with him. I think that clears a lot of this up. We didn't know. And I don't want all of you to get wrong in that loudly. There's a logical explanation. We didn't know. And I'm sorry for what she did and what she allowed her life to become. Now she's living with it.
And I have one final short question. I promise I'm done. I was severely and heavily duped by an individual in my life about 2.5 years ago. It's very publicly well known. You got it from George County Jail, correct?
Yeah.
How do you think Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein duped so many powerful and smart people, totally connected, powerful people all around the world?
I really don't know. But I don't know. I've thought about it a lot. And if you can figure it out, I'd like to know. But
thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I would like to say,
she brought the heat out of all of them.
You made a great deal out of all this.
Good job, Nancy.
I'm also the last president who live in a place without indoor plumbing.
There's a full statement which we're happy to provide for the record that it might be that Representative Mace is unaware of, but the full statement says President Clinton knows nothing about the terrible crimes Jeffrey Epstein pleaded guilty to Florida some years ago, or those with which he's recently been charged. In 2002 and 2003, President Clinton took a total of 4 trips on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane, 1 to Europe, 1 to Asia, 2 to Africa, which included stops in connection with the work of the Clinton Foundation, staff and supporters. Secret Service detail traveled with him on his trips. He had 1 meeting with Epstein in his Harlem office, 2002, around the same time he made a brief visit to New York. That was the full statement. Ms. Mace was selecting portions out of the statement or relying on an article which only shows certain portions of the full statement.
Let's go. Ms. Lando from Florida.
Mr. President, I just wanted to do a couple of follow-ups. Regarding your personal conversations with Mr. Epstein, you said that you wanted to discuss economic and political questions. Was there ever a particular region of the world or topics that he wanted to recurrently address?
I do remember that he was interested in the 2 places that I was setting up the AIDS market, Asia and Africa. In Asia, he wanted to know if I thought it was going to be the Asian century and the thing would be sustainable. And in Africa, he wanted to know whether I believed that you could have broad-based prosperity there, whether they could achieve something that they've never achieved before.
It seems that Mr. Epstein also had asked a similar question about America's prosperity and economic policy. Did you feel that when he was asking questions, particularly maybe pertaining to the regulation of our stock market and or derivative trading, did he on a number of occasions come back to that and maybe pick your brain about policy or future policy here in the United States?
No more than any other big issue. I mean, everybody lives in New York with money, and look at, he made his money in Mountain West Webster, so he had to be interested in markets.
Okay, and then I know that Ghislaine was a little bit more probably chatty with you. Did she ever share similar interest to Mr. Epstein on economics or political topics of discussion? Were there any reoccurring topics that you felt that she wanted to focus on?
Not that I noticed.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. President.
By the way, the Russian guy was also tied up with Diddy, if you can believe it or not.
Mr. President, we've covered a lot of topics
Hooked up with
today,
Diddy.
and I'm going to walk through.
Shout out to Zorro Ranch for
covered.
let's talk Zorro Ranch. Thank you for clearing that out.
First, during your relationship, or the time that you knew Mr. Epstein, what did you understand his job to be?
I'm not sure I knew. It was never clear to me but he could have been living on investing the profits he'd already made. I knew he was his finance guy.
And you just testified to Les Wexner being one of his clients. Did he ever make any other representations about who his clients were?
No, but I never asked either.
During the time that you knew him, did Epstein ever provide you with financial advice?
No.
Did he ever provide you with tax advice?
No.
Did you ever personally receive money from Mr. Epstein?
No.
Did Mr. Epstein ever loan you money in your personal capacity?
Not to my knowledge.
So to be clear, did you ever exchange money with Mr. Epstein?
Not that I remember. I don't believe I did.
And throughout today's questioning, we talked about the various properties that Mr. Epstein owned. You testified to have visited the Manhattan townhouse. Is that right?
Yes, I did go there once.
And just for clarification, it's been reported, and what we've seen from the files from the DOJ, Mr. Epstein decorated his home with creepy and disturbing artwork. Did you notice anything unusual as far as his decor at his
Keep in
residence?
mind, I was only on the first floor, ground floor. I did not see anything like that there in any of the rooms that I saw.
It's been reported that Mr. Epstein had cameras on his premises. Did you notice any cameras at the Manhattan townhouse?
I didn't, but that may have been the whole point.
Mr. Epstein apparently rented a property in Boston at one point. Did you ever visit that property?
No.
Did you ever visit Mr. Epstein's apartment in Paris?
No.
Did Mr. Epstein or Miss Maxwell ever invite you to his property in Paris?
No.
Did you ever visit Mr. Epstein's home in Palm Beach?
No.
Were you ever invited by Epstein or Maxwell to visit the Palm Beach property?
I don't think so.
Did you ever visit Ghislaine Maxwell's New York townhouse?
No, I don't even know that I knew she had a townhouse. I knew about the only thing that he ever said anything to me about Jeffrey was the New Mexico Ranch, and I never went there.
Did he invite you to the New Mexico Ranch?
Sort of. I know he was a little, but I didn't go. By then, I didn't go.
Was there a reason?
I don't remember, but I didn't. I think it was as we got closer to the end that he said something about it.
Mr. President, in 2005, police in Palm Beach, Florida began investigating Epstein. In July 2006, Epstein was arrested for the first time for soliciting prostitution for minors. For the record, prior to Mr. Epstein's arrest, were you aware of any investigation into Mr. Epstein?
No.
On October 20th of 2005,
See how
police
detective you
executed a
looked
search
when you
warrant
answered
for
that?
Mr. Epstein's Palm Beach, Florida home. Palm Beach Detective Joseph Carey spoke out about his belief that Epstein was tipped off about the raid since multiple computers expected to be at the house were missing when the search warrant was executed. To your knowledge, was Mr. Epstein tipped off about the October 20th search warrant in Palm Beach?
No. It's the first time.
They're only asking if you're not participating.
Mr. President, did you ever make any kind of attempt to influence the media's coverage of Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
At this time, I'd like to introduce what we've marked as Majority Exhibit 23. And this is Bates number EFTA 02792895.
One minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
She has it. I don't know.
And this is an email from Virginia Dupre, an Epstein victim, that alleged that you walked into Vanity Fair and threatened them not to write sex trafficking articles about your good friend, Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. President, is this true?
No. No. No, hell no. Not close, no.
Why do you think Ms. Dufresne would make these
Are
claims?
you asking him to have an opinion
No,
about
no,
Ms.
but-
Dufresne's point of mind? Can we not do that? Like, ask him about the facts that he knows, as opposed to asking about the facts in other people's minds.
Mr. President, have you ever asked any other publication to shut down a story related to Mr. Epstein?
No.
And by any other publication, counsel, he's answered the question about Vanity Fair, correct?
Yes.
I absolutely didn't.
Okay.
No.
Oops, hold on.
Mr. President, did you ever advocate for or suggest leniency in Epstein's case to any government officials, including those in the Department of Justice or Florida State Attorney's Office?
No.
On June 30th of 2008, Epstein pleaded guilty in Palm Beach County, Florida, state court to 2 felony charges, 1 count of solicitation of prostitution and 1 count of procurement of a person under 18 for prostitution. He was subsequently sentenced to 18 months in Florida County Jail and began serving his sentence on June 30th of 2008. To be clear, you have not had any direct contact with Epstein after his arrest in 2006. Is that right?
That's correct.
After his arrest or after the publication of when he went to jail in 2008? Can you just clarify the dates there?
I will ask another question. To be clear, you have not had any direct contact with Epstein after his arrest and when he was incarcerated in 2008.
Yes, to the best of my memory, that's correct.
Are you aware of any effort by Epstein to contact you while he was incarcerated in Florida?
I'm not.
Mr. President, who is Arnold Paul Prosperi?
I think that he's a son of a guy I went to Georgetown with, named Paul Prosperi. I think that's right. And I saw in all these things that my staff gave me that he was mentioned, but I don't think anybody said anything to me. I have no memory of that.
So, is it your testimony today that and actually, let me back up here. So, according to jail logs, Mr. Prosperi visited Epstein at least 20 times while Epstein was incarcerated in Palm Beach County Jail between 2008 and 2009. Based on what you just said, is it your testimony that you believe that to be the son of the man you went to college with?
It could be. But he didn't talk to me.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, Lex Wexner testified that Jeffrey Epstein often name-dropped powerful people to give himself an air of credibility. Did he ever do that to you? Brag about people he knew in high places, kings, princes?
Yeah, he did a little bit.
Going back to what was mentioned earlier about the search warrant on October 20th in Palm Beach for Jeffrey Epstein, Mrs. Clinton testified yesterday. I think she mentioned that it appears he got a sweetheart plea deal, and I don't think anyone on this committee would disagree with that. Alex Acosta was the U.S. attorney down there, and we've already deposed Mr. Acosta, and we've got the transcripts and everything. There's a lot of speculation, as had been mentioned, that he may have been tipped off prior to the search warrant, that Epstein may have been tipped off. Are you aware that whether or not Sandy Berger may have tipped off Jeffrey Epstein?
The president just testified that he was unaware that anybody had been tipped off. So are you asking to?
This explains why I was asked yesterday about him. But no, I don't. I know nothing about that, and I wouldn't.
Mr. Epstein was indicted by grand jury on July 19th, 2006. According to an IRS Form 990 filed by the COUQ Foundation, a known Epstein entity, Mr. Epstein donated $25,000 to the William J. Clinton Foundation 1 day prior to Mr. Epstein's indictment. Are you aware of this donation?
I know that they told me that the records showed that he'd given $25,000.
When did you become aware of that, Mr. President? Were you aware of that then or in preparation?
Oh, no, now. I mean, when I was preparing for this.
Did you solicit that donation from Mr. Epstein?
Not personally, I didn't know.
Did someone else solicit it?
I have no idea.
Do you know why Mr. Epstein made that donation?
He's asking you to speculate about what
No,
Mr. Epstein would be thinking.
We try to raise a fair amount of money every year to pay the bills.
It seems to me that as investigators were narrowing in on Mr. Epstein, he may have been trying to earn some goodwill with you. What do you think about that?
It wouldn't work.
Did it ever seem to you that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to suck up to you or get on your good side in order to further his schemes?
No, I didn't think about it that way. I thought he wanted to do what he said. That he was, very idiosyncratic.
After his arrest in 2006, did you have any further contact with Mr. Epstein?
I don't believe I did. No.
Did anyone affiliated with Epstein, including Miss Maxwell, contact you on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein to discuss his arrest and the allegations against you?
No.
Did they ever ask, either Jeffrey Epstein or Miss Maxwell ever ask you for their assistance once Epstein was in trouble?
No.
Or once Miss Maxwell was in trouble?
No.
Did Jeffrey Epstein ever attempt to contact you while he was incarcerated in Florida?
No.
He didn't attempt ever to contact you?
Not as far as I know, no.
Yesterday, during the deposition of Secretary Clinton, she suggested that we follow the money with Epstein, because there's a big question: how did he accumulate so much wealth? And I think you had testified earlier, and if I'm wrong, feel free to correct me, that you didn't really know how he made his money. I mean, he had a big plane, and
I knew that he had made an extraordinary amount of money from Les Wexner, who was quite wealthy. I had no idea whether he had made enough to support the lifestyle that I saw.
And I assume you're aware Mr. Wexner testified under oath that he acted like he really didn't know Jeffrey Epstein very well, which is kind of hard to believe because he paid him a lot of money. And
yeah, he made it. But you never know.
Yeah. Well, one of the things when we concluded the deposition yesterday, we asked Secretary Clinton, for her advice moving forward in the investigation. And with respect to a statement she said yesterday, and something that we've done on the committee, the majority of them.
We'll do Hillary's
next. We follow the money. We subpoenaed bank records. We subpoenaed suspicious activity reports from Treasury. Those are some of the things Mr. Clinton suggested. And in order to do that, obviously, we have to subpoena banks, specific banks for specific accounts. Do you ever recall in the conversations you had with Mr. Epstein any particular bank that he was affiliated with, or any particular big banks that maybe he had deals going?
No, he never asked me about that.
And with that, we can go off the record.
Of course you can. Of course you can. So, I thought they did the depositions together.
On the record.
Hillary's a separate.
I just wanted to
when I
clarify
get up and around tomorrow, we'll do Hillary's.
Our understanding of your testimony today is that with respect to the dinner with Ms. Maxwell in Los Angeles, you were not actually sure whether or not that dinner occurred. Is that correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. As we start to close, is there anything you would like to add or clarify about what you've said here today?
You can.
I think we're fine. I'm struggling because it's hard to know exactly what I knew when I knew it, given what I've learned since. It's become a kind of a compelling challenge. But I've tried to tell you what I knew then, and when you ask what I think now, I think you have, all of you, Mr. Chairman, you've had a chronologically challenging thing. You've got all the stuff that happened with Jeffrey Epstein, some of it in regard to President Trump going back to the late 90s. And that's a long time ago. And then what we learned later. It's been difficult, but I have enjoyed it. You've been very respectful to me and given me a chance to talk to you.
Well, we thank you for your time.
And I wish you well. I still will say, if you can think of some things to do that will reduce the incidence of trafficking in America, and
yeah, take down the elements inside the government that are doing it. How about that?
Abuse. It should be. We just got to figure out what kind of technology we use and what kind of policy. So thank you.
And the answers that you've provided today are to the best of your recollection. Is that correct?
Yeah, the answers I provided today are what I believed at the time and what I think within my heart, including about previous testimony.
Great, thank you. Unless there's anything else you would like to share, we can go off the record.
That is that, as they say. I didn't really gain a whole much from that. I mean, there was a couple of things that he said that made me raise my eyebrows, a few different things. The one thing is that he did lie under oath. He has perjured himself before. He did so during his presidency, and so it is. It's flagrant for him to do it again. He just committed perjury just now, right? Like, by all rights, he should be fucking in jail for committing perjury on that deposition. He's sworn in. He took an oath. He was sitting there sworn in. He was deposed under oath, and he lied about lying, right? And the fact that he is not being held to account to that, the fact that Nancy Mace, out of all of the people in that room, Democrats and Republicans alike, who softballed him and walked him through these questions and led him, right, tells you the system's completely corrupt. It's completely corrupt. The only person I saw come at him hard in a meaningful way was Nancy Mace. So shout out to her. I don't always agree with her. But in this fight, in this regard, I 100% support what she did there. She did her job, and I was proud to hear her go at him like that. What's up, Colonel?
Hey, Dilly, can you hear me? Is my
You're good, bro.
screwed up? Oh, cool, man. Hey, this was tough, and thank you for, frankly, just grinding through it, right? Because listening to that, I'm going to say it, bastard speak. Is just tough because I literally have a friend. I live in the country, like out in the middle of nowhere, and I've got a friend that I grew up with whose wife's sister was raped by that motherfucker.
Let's watch the language a little bit. I'm on YouTube.
Sorry. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I said I was going to say it, and then I backed it off the previous time I failed to there. But no kidding. Like, listen to that scumbag talk with Medina and all the other crap that he has done. I had to bounce in and out. I could only take like 10 or 15 minutes at a time. But thank you for grinding through the entire thing. I just want to say, well done for doing that. Kathy O'Brien, I spent time with her. These are the scum of the earth, human trafficking scum vampires. And for them to let him off like that, but at the same time, they were kind of exposing. It's just like they're making a soft pillow cushion for some of the most evil people on earth. And his kind of thing is he's just living in the world that he was given, making the best of it as he can for everybody while he rapes children and while he is involved in this human trafficking, narco-terrorism around the world and everything else. But hey, Dilly, you did it. You stuck through it, which, man, I had to bounce in and out. I couldn't listen to it for more than 10 or 15 minutes because I get so pissed off just listening to that demonic man's voice. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Let's go to Ronald. Go ahead. Ronald.
I'm sorry. It's just that I put my hand up before when we had that interruption, and it was a long time ago. I'm not sure what I was going to say. It was something before the break.
Do you have any comments on the last of it?
I think it was interesting to see what they could drill out of him. I think it's real easy, to after so many years, he can just dismiss everything, saying that he doesn't remember. I'm sure he remembers a lot more than what he said.
I agree. Destiny, were you listening?
Not in your space, but I caught some of it on my own.
Okay. What did you think?
I didn't expect much in the first place, so my hopes weren't very high, but I thought that I think he was being more honest than we would have had if we would have done this 10 years ago. It's at a little old age where they're just kind of he's not as racist as I'm saying, and it showed. And he seemed kind of carefree about the whole thing, nonchalant, didn't take it very seriously.
He was careful about how he answered.
He was careful about some of it, but he's also been a president. This is not somebody who's unfamiliar with how these kind of things happen. Like,
Well, he
the
went through the
shakedowns.
Monica Lewinsky
He's
thing.
very familiar. He went through like one of the biggest political scandals in our country's history. He can handle this.
I mean, are you cheering for him? I don't understand.
No, no, not at all. I don't give a fuck about any of these politicians. Any of them. So I don't care. I don't really care. My thing is that I think for as old as he is now, it's better that we actually got him in this now, because I feel like it was more honest, because he's old and he kind of let go of some of that. But I don't think that he was like defensive. I think he's just like been in this show before. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's seasoned, even though he's old. Like, he's been here before.
Moneypenny, go ahead.
Thank you. I can't really comment on Bill Clinton. I obviously don't know him as well as Americans do, except that he sounds like Wexford to me. He sounds a lot older than I would have imagined. I agree with Hillary. I saw some of her testimony yesterday about following the money. For those of you that know, I'm currently investigating Epstein as the main money laundering person behind the world's largest financial scandal of 1MDB. My question is, when you were playing that tape near the end, I was moving around, they were asking him whether he knew about Epstein's banks, and they were asking him financial questions. And one of the replies or suggestions from one of the speakers was that where did his money come from? And somebody mentioned Western something. Was that Western Digital? Does anybody remember?
I don't remember that.
Okay. I think it is Western Digital. I've uncovered about 1,000 terabytes of data that's not yet been released. It's on Malaysian hard drives made by Western Digital in Malaysia. And they are drives that are photographed, catalogued, and numbered within the Epstein files, but obviously nobody knows exactly what's on them. I believe it's the transactional data for all the JP Morgan, Epstein, Rothschild money laundering that was done through the US Virgin Islands, obviously, and the two islands that he had. If anyone's interested, it's all on my profile. Thank you.
Thank you, Moneypenny. Let's go to Greg. Go ahead.
Hey, everyone. I just wanted to comment that I think Epstein is the Rasputin of our time. If you look at what happened at the end of the Russian Empire, this guy Rasputin came from nothing and sort of randomly ended up in the royal family, and then he had all these orgies and everything. And eventually, when the people found out about what was going on, they were so disgusted it contributed to the revolution also that ended up bringing into power other, the Bolsheviks and stuff like that. But I find it very interesting. And even there's a rumor that he was killed by an MI6 guy. Rasputin was killed in a sort of interesting way also. So I just thought that was interesting that there's sort of these characters that somehow are ending up using the psychology of the elites. In the case of Rasputin, it was the psychology of the royals, and so on. And it kind of exposes the whole thing. So I just wanted to get your take on that.
I don't know enough about the Putin thing to comment with any kind of certainty, to be honest with you.
Yeah, there's just a lot of parallels. Not Putin, Rasputin.
Rasputin.
He lived
Rasputin.
I
understand what you're saying. Yeah, Rasputin. I know a little bit about it, but I don't know enough to comment about it. The Bolsheviks, I hear people talk about that shit all the time, but I mean, I don't know. It's not related.
Yeah,
it's core.
It's only related in the fact that the royal families, they were all kind of intertwined. Like all of them knew each other. They were blood relatives. They were hemophiliacs, some of them. In fact, that's why Rasputin was called in, because the Tsarina, the wife of the Tsar, believed that he could heal her son. But there was also hemophilia with the German Kaiser and others.
I feel like we're getting off into the weeds, though. I want to keep on topic on Clinton and Epstein. You have any comment about the deposition?
Deposition is, look, I mean, I think Clinton obviously had, affairs the same way that JFK and others had affairs. But I honestly, for some reason, I don't think he was. He likes him young or whatever. I don't actually think that he was. With all that, I think a lot of people that came to Epstein's Island probably did it for each other. Like if somebody heard that they're going to meet Bill Gates and Clinton.
There's no evidence he went to Epstein's Island, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think he went to Epstein's Island. But I also want to say one other thing is that if you were approached and told that there was going to be, Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and whatever at a party, and you get on a private plane, like, wouldn't you go for those guys? So I think a lot of people also went, not for the underage girls, but for each other, if that makes sense, Well, not everyone did it for the underage girls, obviously. Like Noam Chomsky probably didn't go for that reason,
For each other. Is he saying something gay, Santino? Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's go to Ronald. Do you want to try again? You have your hand back up. I don't know if you were waiting to be called on. No?
Yes, I heard allegedly that Epstein could have been from MI6. I actually posted some videos of operations of the British Empire in the Purple Pill. I'd really like to get your take on the two videos. Anybody in space, they're Promethean action, and they explain how the British Empire is being behind all conflicts around the world, and how Epstein could have been MI6 completely, and actually working with the Muslim Brotherhood also.
That's a new one on me. That's a new one on me. Wasn't he? The Muslim Brotherhood. Can you send me the receipts on that? I'm gonna need the receipts on that one.
Yeah, there's two videos there, Promethean Action, and they have on their website all the receipts of absolutely everything.
Did you put in the Purple Pill? Tag me in that.
Yeah, there's two videos of Promethean Action. Those are very recent. They have every single receipt about everything they talk about.
Okay. I don't usually listen to talking heads for receipts. I do the actual receipts. I need the primary.
Yeah, they have them. They have
not
them.
A video, not a video of people talking about it. I want to.
Yeah, but they have.
Okay, so find the receipts and then tag me in that. If they have the receipts, track down those receipts, tag me in those receipts. I'm not gonna watch a video to try to find the receipts. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right, you guys, we're going to go for another 12 minutes. If you want to support the channel, hit that subscribe button on YouTube, the bell icon, share that with your normie friends. We're going to be covering the Hillary deposition tomorrow morning. Well, tomorrow early afternoon, I'm going to try to get out of the way. I might cover something else later. We'll see how it goes. I will be doing it on YouTube and on X Spaces just like we are now. Make sure you're following my co-host, Harmony. Thank you for helping out. And everybody up on stage. Colonel, Destiny, Sally, Santino, Ronald, Hans didn't say a word, but you follow him, and the globe with the bird. Destiny, Sally, Santino are Spaces hosts, so is Harmony. Turn all notifications on for them. Turn all notifications for my X profile. I'm getting mass reported today. Apparently I pissed off one group or another with some of my polls about the Israel, Iran, USA conflict. And so they didn't really like the poll results. I think there was not a favorite war in the United States. So I was getting mass reported earlier, and I don't know if it's affecting my shit or not. The way that you can help me is anytime I post investigative journalism content about Epstein or Charlie Kirk, like, share, comment, bookmark, repost. Do all of that for the investigative journalism stuff. Anything else that I talk about, I don't care if you share it. I'm not asking you to share that stuff. If I'm on a rant, if I'm talking crap, if I am pointing out something I think is funny, I'm not asking you to share that content. However, if it's investigative journalism concerning Charlie Kirk or the Epstein saga, I do appreciate you sharing that. If you want to support what I'm doing, because all of this costs money, the best way is by subscribe. There is a pink button on my profile. And there is a subscriber space scheduled right after this one. That is how I offer value to my subs, is I give them spaces where they can give me feedback, they can complain at me, they can tell me what they did or didn't like, or it's just a more private setting to discuss the space. So that is going to be scheduled in 9 minutes. I want to see if there's anything that we missed. Harmony, is there anything that we missed?
No, you did excellent. I thought it was, very telling for sure. I liked the YouTube as well. So thanks
Did
for
you watch the
being a part of that.
YouTube?
I really
You
appreciate it.
were trying to do this.
I did. I like the way that it's your sign is all lit up in the background. It looks really professional. So you're doing great.
You were trying to set this up, right? All of the audio is piped through the space. So
Oh, that's.
Yep, it was so easy. It's so easy. I'm not even using a sound card. I'm just piping out. I'm just using the space as the audio. It's like syncing up and everything. So if anybody's interested in how to do that, you can DM me your comment and I'll let you know how I do it. It's not difficult. It's not difficult at all. So yeah, thanks for hanging out with us on YouTube. Thanks for hanging out with us on X. We're going to, it's going to be hard to pull in numbers when you have the Iran war space is botting like 5,000 people in. It's going to put them at the top. People are like, how do they have 4,500 anonymous listeners? Well, they're botting their spaces. So we're going to keep pushing on Epstein. I'm going to be doing a piece this week tying in Epstein and Iran. And I think that's going to get a lot of traction because it's not something I've seen somebody talk about. And I kind of alluded to it during the space earlier tonight. But I'm going to be putting out some threads on it this week. And then we'll do some overlapping Iran war Epstein coverage in space and YouTube hybrid later this week. So it should be pretty good. All right, have a blessed night, everybody. Thank you for staying tuned. And we'll see you in the subscriber space.
See you in the subscriber space, everybody, for more wasting of your time. I can barely breathe in this shirt. Is it worth it? That's the question. Is it worth it? John Kitover News. Should we go with these instead?
Morning light on the kitchen floor.
B Computer, tell me what you think about the Jeffrey Epstein Clinton deposition.
Little boy laughing, socks on the tile.
And I that know, not thine but mine, is the power of attention, of observation, of discovery, of the discerning, of sequence in the operation of nature. In all this and in the power of discrimination, my superior nature worketh through thee.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of the government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
timeline less. And when one with the highest excellence does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness. And when one with the highest excellence does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
And when one with the highest excellence does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness. And when one with the highest excellence does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness. And when one with the highest excellence does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of the government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of the government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The absence of any movement in its timeless
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle.
the highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The absence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
the highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of the government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of the highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. Of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not go. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of the government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its time-like rest.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its time-like rest.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
highest excellence
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of the government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability.
one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of the government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its time when rest.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of a place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of the government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of a place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of the government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the town. water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any
Is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline rest.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the high
The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
timeline lasts.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle.
Place which all men dislike, hence is near to the town.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike, hence is near to the town.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike, hence is near to the town.
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its killing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupation dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its killing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The top. does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its chilling good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its chilling good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
less.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. All men dislike hence is near to the top.
one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. all things, and in its occupied without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The highest excellence is like that of water. The
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
in its timeless.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
Negotiations is in the being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suit. Government is in its cheering good order. That of affairs is in its ability, and that of the initiation of any movement is in its time like less.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its cheering good order. That of affairs is in its ability, and that of the initiation of any movement is in its time like less.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
is in its securing good order, that of affairs is in its ability, and that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being.
excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
is in its timeline less.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of the rest, that of government is in its securing good order, that of affairs is in its ability, and that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
its timeless,
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place, its timeliness,
and when one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like
the excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle.
the highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of
and when one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is benefiting all things, and in its occupy without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness ability, and that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. To all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness. Is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness. And that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hangs is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of a place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hangs is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of a place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest
The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hangs is near to the top.
movement is in its timeless.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being with the virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
excellence of water appears in its benefiting all.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence,
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence,
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
movement is in its timeline less.
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The X is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its clearing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its clearing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeline less.
and when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle. The high excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving.
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of a place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is the excellence of a residence is in the suitability of a place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in their being virtuous. That of government is in its carrying good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle. The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and is occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its clearing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men
Of a residence is in the suitability of place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being of the virtuous. That of government is in its clearing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeless.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top. excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in its occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
The excellence of a residence is in the suitability of the place. That of the mind is in abysmal stillness. That of associations is in the being with the virtuous. That of government is in its securing good order. That of affairs is in its ability. And that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
and when one with the highest excellence
Does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefiting all things, and in it occupying without striving. The low place which all men dislike hence is near to the top.
affairs is in its ability, and that of the initiation of any movement is in its timeliness.
And when one with the highest excellence
does not wrangle.
The highest excellence is like that of water. The excellence of water appears in its benefit.
Oh, Rabboni Shalom. I hope you've enjoyed the show. Oh my God, look. Do any viewers not? Oh, nobody! It's a vacuum! Rabboni Shalom. I hope you've enjoyed the show. We're going to restart. Here we go.
Chasing shadow.
We got one live viewer here. Whoa. Oh, shit.
In